so fucking early. No. Unless my mic doesn't want to go through. It looks like it is, so. Hell yeah, brother. It's time to do about 40 races in a row. Yeah. What is it? What the fuck? Damn, that is long. I mean, I'm waking up this early and like everyone's asleep. I got nothing else to do. Might as well just press the button. Well, everyone being like, Hana. Your debuff for Mara always takes lead in the second half when she's that's fucked. Yeah. Yeah, I mean honestly, like triple ace is just so much easier to like I don't gotta think. I just gotta make 3 good horses. But at the same time, it's also like shit. I don't know if I call it dedication and just, early mornings suck. You should red free in your head. Unfortunate. I asked the S Pace Chaser fucking goal sheet. require more races, more consecutive races. She's lucky that what the fuck? She needs to go back to being fucking ass. She loses that one. What the fuck? Really? Vibes are like 6.3. I've yet to start it. I'm just vibing. It'll be menacing for a while. Bro, how the fuck are you losing these? Hold on. There was so much Poogie yesterday. How is she still getting fucked in the ass, though? She has the stats. Just fucking win. Even with the fucking awful, it shouldn't be that bad. Oh, well, that's why she can't win. It makes so much more sense. Man, why does she fucking suck ass to get fans on? Oh, oh. Yeah, the fucking. Yeah, yeah. the loophole. Screek. I mean, I have a good fan bonus. I just have to like. I'm just gonna use different fucking Holmeses. Where's my fucking CM parents? Did I not? I guess this was my other CM, like, shit, hoomst. Ow. Man, I just heard this fucking band yesterday and I'm like fucking obsessed. Same. Until I did. Same one that's playing right now. I'm about to make you uninterested by the end of the stream. You'll hurt it so much. They don't know, yeah. Yeah, I get that. Damn, it's gotta be those. I don't hear SpongeBob either, but you know, here we are. Shit, wrong option. Like, whatever. All right, for real, after this one, I'll fucking play the menacing video. Dude, they're so good. Like, just listen to this EP that this is on. Like, holy shit. Fucking nut. This fucking EP alone, like, I fucking, I bust. Yeah. I got you. Just their fucking own fucking, description. Alt pop with infectious post hardcore inspired guitar work and brooding synthwave textures. Like, yep, that's me. Right? Like, they're so not fucking known. It's insane. Like, they got like 5K subs on their YouTube. Fucking do have 100,000 monthly listeners on Spotify though. They're still like not known. And I think that's criminal. They're so fucking good. Yeah. They basically make me think of Dayseeker, but less hardcore. Damn, dude, Pliny is. I have not heard Pliny in forever. Damn. What the fuck is Tails barking at, dude? It's too early for this shit. Yeah. This is like the old shit I used to listen to. That was like I listened to that stuff a hell of a lot when I like early FF14 days, like when the game just like came out for Realm Reborn. Wanna play was it? What the fuck? I have not heard of that. Huh. Yeah, I fucking fell asleep last night listening to this fucking EP.
Every second, every minute.
Really? What the fuck? Huh. 'Cause I'm thinking about it and like I can kind of hear it now. Now that I'm thinking about it. Ow. It's too bad I'm not trying to make a fucking A skull shoe or a fucking medium S when I just don't give a fuck about it. Great. Oh my god, if Tails keeps fucking barking, I'm gonna like skin this little rat. Look, this is why I like big dogs, alright? Even if the big dogs are yappers, like, whatever, that's fine. Big dogs are real dogs. Fucking small dogs are just actually fucking overgrown rats with the high pitch fucking needle pierces my fucking eardrums. Fucking high pitched little shit lords. Well, yeah, a cat, they don't make noise. They just big chillin'. I swear to God, if he barks one more time before I finish this, I'm gonna go skin him. Well, yeah, that too. I mean, they're just big fucking loving fluff balls. 150 pounds of loving fucking muscle. And yeah, they're just fucking little guys. Exactly. I like when big ass dogs think they're fucking lap dogs still. So they just sit on you and they're just like, this is where I belong. Motherfuckers don't realize they're 200 goddamn pounds. I think that's cute as shit. Yikes. Tails, I swear to God. How many fans was that? 400. I need like two more of these, dude. I've put this shit off. I need to finish this before it goes away tomorrow. I need 3 more 400k runs.
In the late 90s, flush with cash from the success of their Final Fantasy titles, Square just kind of pulled out all the stops. I don't think we've ever seen or will ever see again an era of the company where they so deliriously pursued and developed so many different types of games. Throughout the PlayStation era,
True,
they
and they'll never do it again.
traditional turn-based RPGs, action RPGs, roguelike dungeon crawlers, visual novels, fighting
Yeah, that was the
games,
whole
including
EP.
one of the best weapons-based
It's like-
fighters ever, a horizontal shooter, and they even attempted to create a rival to Nintendo's
5
kart
songs.
racing games.
It
They
is
failed
an
at that,
EP.
by the way, but Chocobo Racing is still charming as hell.
Right?
By 1999, they
I was
were
listening to that
masters
shit
of
on
the
repeat
PlayStation
last night,
hardware,
dude.
squeezing every drop of power they could out of Sony's console, and delivering some of the most jaw-droppingly gorgeous and exuberantly creative video games we had ever seen. It's hard now to reach back through the years and remember when Square was at the top of their game, seemingly infallible, sometimes making strange left turns and leaving gamers scratching their neckbeards with certain titles, but nevertheless delivering rich experiences that were, at the very least, worth drooling over in magazine ads and reviews. During the PlayStation era, there were only a few games that Square developed or published that never left Japan, with the biggest one being Racing Lagoon, a racing game
I mean,
crossed
that's
with an RPG
fine.
and smothered in stylish layers of visual novel. It has a bizarre style, a funky jazz fusion soundtrack, a vibe like no other, and an absolutely insane storyline. But Racing Lagoon is more than just a gimmicky genre mashup, and it's more than just a quirky, kooky, Japan-only novelty. There are deeper themes beating at the heart of this little-known gem, a wistful, forlorn breeze blowing through its starlit streets, creeping into its reverent romanticism of youth and the late 80s, early 90s street racing subculture of Japan. It is melodramatic as hell, but it's so earnest in its portrayal of a yearning that I think we all sometimes feel. This sense that there's something more to life than the daily routines that we follow, something frustratingly indefinable and out of reach to most of us. Racing Lagoon goes so over the top with its storytelling, dialogue, and angst-soaked monologues that it somehow manages to circle back and become simplistic and profound at times. And I was not prepared for that. So let's head back to 1999 and find out what it takes to become Yokohama's fastest legend in Racing Lagoon.
Damn, this game sounds lit.
Racing Lagoon was released on June 10th, 1999 for the PlayStation 1 exclusively in Japan. Though Square was a dominant third-party developer and publisher for Sony, and the PlayStation was home to several genre-defining racing games, Racing Lagoon wasn't considered for localization. There's not much info out there on why that is, but there were probably a number of factors working against Racing Lagoon. Keep in mind, this is all my own conjecture based on the facts I managed to dig up while researching for this video. First of all, Racing Lagoon's reviews weren't that great in Japan, with Famitsu PlayStation giving it a dismal 21 out of 40. The main Famitsu magazine was a bit kinder, scoring it at 26, but that was well below most of Square's other output at the time. There was also a lot of text to translate, not to mention there were some, let's just say, idiosyncrasies to its writing style in Japanese. Racing Lagoon incorporates its own style of language that the creators dubbed Lagoon Go. I'll talk more about that in a bit. But the last thing that may have contributed to Racing Lagoon not getting a Western release was the fact that the PlayStation 2 was just around the corner, and Square probably didn't want to take a gamble on a game that would take a long time to localize and wasn't all that well received to begin with. After playing the game, I kind of get why they didn't take the risk. But at the same time, I couldn't help but think as I was playing, man, I would have loved this as a kid. Racing Lagoon's production was headed by Square's resident weirdo, Akitoshi Kawazu, creator of the decidedly left-field Saga series. Even though the Saga games are mostly warmly received in Japan, they've been notoriously hit or miss in the West, which I feel is a huge shame, and a fundamental misjudgment on the part of reviewers and players. The Saga games borrow way more from Western CRPGs in terms of their open-ended structures than they do from the more story-focused nature of Japanese RPGs. Basically, if you go into a Saga game expecting Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest, you're going to be disappointed. And it's kind of frustrating when people just write them off without really even understanding what they're about. But that's a topic for another time. Maybe. So Kawazu was producer on Racing Lagoon. Motomo Toriyama wrote the scenario. He was event planner on Bahamut Lagoon. Could possibly be where the title similarities come from. He was also an event planner on Final Fantasy VII and the submarine chase section planner for that game. It's all falling into place. Other notable staff include composers Noriko Matsueda, who had previously composed tracks for Front Mission, Chrono Trigger, and Bahamut Lagoon, and Takehito Eguchi. These two seem to have formed something of a bond after working together on Racing Lagoon, because they went on to score The Bouncer and Final Fantasy X-2 together. They both then left Square in 2002 and were married in 2009. So, there you go. Racing Lagoon even started a marriage. You know, in some ways, it feels like Racing Lagoon was a game Square was destined to make. I mean, they had what could be considered their first hit back on the NES in 1987 with Rad Racer, known as Highway Star in Japan. Designed by Final Fantasy creator Hironobu Sakaguchi, with a soundtrack composed by Nobuo Uematsu and programmed by wunderkind Nasir Gebeli, Rad Racer was a huge hit internationally and an iconic racing game from the 8-bit console days. Sure, you can look at it now and balk at its simplicity, call it a poor Outrun clone, spit on it, kick dirt in its face, but there's no denying the game had an impact. And even if you've never played it, I'm sure you've probably heard
She's an
it.
independent
After Final
woman who
Fantasy's
didn't need
success,
no
though, Square just
fucking
ran with
Titus.
RPGs for a while, and who can blame them? It was like printing money. But like I said in the beginning of the video, Square started to get adventurous on the PlayStation. They even came back to racing games with 1999's Chocobo Racing, which came out just a few months before Racing Lagoon. I like Chocobo Racing. It's not great. It's no Mario Kart or Diddy Kong Racing or Crash Team Racing, but I don't know, with the style and the visuals, I can't help but enjoy it for what it is. On the other end of the spectrum though, Square would go on to develop one last racing game so far in their history, and that was Driving Emotion Type S for the PlayStation 2. Which is probably one of the worst racing games ever made. Clearly, it was Square's attempt to capitalize on Gran Turismo's popularity, and it's awful. I swear, every time someone plays Driving Emotion Type S, a guy who are sick in the Sector 5 slums dies of dysentery or whatever was wrong with that guy. But forget all that. On paper, Racing Lagoon should have been that perfect blend of Square's one mark on racing games with Rad Racer and its pedigree of role-playing mastery honed through countless classic RPG releases. And what we ended up getting was something even beyond that. And luckily, the game is finally playable in English thanks to the efforts of a fan translation group called Hilltop. Completed near the end of 2021, it took over 22 years for somebody to come along and translate this monster, but they did it. And they did an impeccable job. You can find a link to the patch in the description below. Aside from the middling reviews and voluminous amounts of text in the game, the other big reason I've seen in my research for Racing Lagoon never getting any sort of fan translation until very recently is the uniqueness of its Japanese script. The writing style here is strange, combining random English phrases, long contemplative exposition, and actual poetry. Japan has a long history of incorporating their own unique take on English into their media. Most of these are either grossly grammatically inaccurate or just complete and utter nonsense. I mean, look at this notebook that I bought at a 100 yen shop. It is up to your passion and sense that it is not so to manage this notebook. It's almost an art form. I mentioned Lagoon Go earlier, and to break that down, Go written
failed
with
at
this
2%?
kanji means speech, word, or language in Japanese. Attach it to the end of a country or region name, and you've got the word for that language. Furansugo is French. Italiago is Italian. Eigo is English, and so on. So here, Lagoon Go is Lagoon Go, or the Lagoon language. This dialect, as you could refer to it, has been cited as one of the key difficulties in translating the game faithfully. Without it, Racing Lagoon loses much of its nuance and personality. It loses its soul. Lagoon Go is as essential to this game's identity as its soundtrack and art direction. There are very few games that are so heavily reliant on the nuances of the language it incorporates to convey its themes and mood as Racing Lagoon is. Luckily, Hilltop have preserved all of this in their fan translation, and sprinkled in several 90s era English slang into the actual dialogue, so it all fits. I really can't stress enough how incredible their work is here. I'll give some more concrete examples of all of this as we dive into the game's story. Racing Lagoon is a very Japanese game. That may sound like an obvious statement, but there are a lot of cultural notions and modern historical events underpinning the context of its story, and I feel like if you're missing this stuff, you're kind of missing some of the game's purpose. And yeah, you could just enjoy it for what it is, a goofy, melodramatic tale of street racing, but for me, I've lived in Japan for over a decade, which I've mentioned in a few of my videos now. And as I was playing Racing Lagoon, I couldn't help but notice how these very Japanese cultural notions and modern historical events shaded the game's narrative, even acted as a foundation to a lot of what's going on here. But I really want to do this game justice and try to bring a lot of this stuff forward. We're still gonna have fun and be silly at times, but hopefully you'll get a bit more out of the story by the end of this video, whether you've already played the game or have never touched it and are never going to. And hopefully, by the end, you'll understand why I thought it was necessary to spend so much time talking about a racing RPG. So anyway, let's dig in. Racing Lagoon starts with an intro cinematic, showing off its style and its jazz fusion soundtrack, lots of beauty shots of cars and racing through the night streets.
Yeah, that's a banger. Yeah, this game looks sick, dude. Like, just gameplay alone, it looks like it'd be fun. Didn't even
After
matter.
starting a new game, we're greeted by this decidedly sci-fi screen. You could call it Matrix-inspired, but The Matrix didn't come out in Japan until September of '99, and Racing Lagoon came out in June. I guess it's possible that some of the staff could have seen the film earlier than that, so maybe there is some inspiration there. After choosing your name, I left it the default Sho Akasaki, aged 18. We exit out of that screen, get a warning that this is, in fact, a work of fiction, if you were wondering, and to always drive safely. Then some nice shots of Yokohama and the semi-fictional Bay Lagoon area where the game is set. It's summer 1999. The city is alive and sweltering with the bustle of life. The bright lights, the murmurs of crowds, as well as the growl of exhaust from racers trying to prove themselves on the sultry summer streets. According to the opening text crawl, 10 years ago, there was a driver who was considered the fastest in Yokohama. He was the only man to drive full throttle in 5th gear around the 3rd Keihin's Tama River corner. Sick. Apparently, everyone who saw the race said the same thing. That guy is a crazy driver.
Crazy taxi!
Already, we're beginning to see the tone of this game shimmering through. And the opening lines are just incredible, as we spin zoom in on these two cartoonily proportioned CG characters. Listen, what do you hear? The night is singing for us. Oh yes. This is Akira Tsujimoto and Makoto Sawaki of the Night Racers, a street racing team based in South Yokohama. They have some kind of conniption fit and fly off into the air, only to land a few feet ahead of themselves, demanding that Bay Lagoon Racing Team get their butts over here. And this rival racing team does just that, drifting into the pier area, pulling donuts, their leader, Iki Fujisaki, walking up like his hip joints are disconnected from his pelvis. What an entrance. The rest of the team pulls up behind, and out jumps our main character, Sho Akasaki. We then get our title card drop for the prologue, Night. The game is broken into several chapters called Nights, with some other subchapters scattered throughout. Kenzo, another member of Bay Lagoon Racing, talks about how tonight isn't a good night for a debut, and Sho has no clue what's going on. Kenzo, throw me a bone. Dude, help me out here. Kenzo says some vague stuff about the legend being reborn as the Night Racers and Bay Lagoon leader, Iki, hash out the details of the street race that's about to begin. Sho is also going to be taking part in this race. His first, apparently. Kenzo points out one of the Night Racers' cars, which belongs to Keisuke Ishikawa, as Sho's rival for the night, and the goal here is to try to at least pass him during the race. Rival? Mind filling me in on what any of this means? I realize that we need Sho here as a surrogate for the player who's learning the game, but you don't know what rival means? I mean, come on, buddy. Kenzo explains that if Sho manages to beat Keisuke, he'll be able to steal one of the parts off of his car. If you come out on top, you get rewards. Here's an example of some Lagoongo, this strange English phrase thrown in here. Sho doesn't really care about whatever legend Kenzo is talking about. None of this makes a lick of sense to him. Sho only came here to waste some time. These guys take this shit way too seriously. Oh, you don't know the half of it. So the race begins, and we get our first taste of the driving in Racing Lagoon. There's a lot to talk about when it comes to the physics and driving technique in this game, so I'll go into more detail a little bit later. For now, let's just go through this first race. You start last, and it doesn't really matter where you end up. The story will continue no matter what. Even if you know what you're doing, I don't think it's possible to actually win this race. The cars out front are way too powerful. If you do manage to beat the rival car, though, driven by Keisuke, you'll have the opportunity to get rewards and steal one of his parts. I'll go into more detail about get rewards and upgrading your car when I talk about the driving. For now, the race ends, and Sho realizes that, hey, maybe there's more to this racing stuff than he at first thought. And he offers up this poetic monologue to describe the feeling, as you watch a replay of your most likely terrible driving. I can't believe it. My hands are shaking and I'm sweating all over the wheel. The only thing that mattered in the moment was reaching the finish line. Gotta roll the windows down and let the air in. Feels like I'm roasting alive in here. I can hear the hush of the wind, the hum of the engine, and Iki's excited voice all mixing together. Everyone's words are blending together in an inscrutable din. Iki won the race, and everyone's talking about how he's probably going to become the new fastest legend. Voices in the glory of the night regale us with the birth of a new legend, and melt away into the hot wind. These are more examples of the Lagoongo writing style, and it continues as we get another observation from Sho after the race. I kept hearing that tonight the legend had been reborn. Everyone's obsessed with it. Hell, maybe I am too. Guess I ought to take this shit more seriously. I never once caught up to Iki in the race. Didn't even catch a glimpse of his taillights. I was barely holding myself together out there. Kenzo was right. That was one hell of a first night. We get a nice ending title screen to show that the prologue night is over, and a chance to save our game on a stylish menu screen, before jumping directly into the title for the first real chapter of the game. First Night, Midnight +1. These chapters feel like episodes of a TV series, usually beginning with a recap of what happened the night before, and then leading into a scene that will set up the events and objectives of the current chapter. We open this first night with another wistful monologue from Sho, talking about the excitement he felt during his first race, and how it all feels like a dream to him now. Then he gets a call from Kenzo, on his cellular phone. Man, look at those things. They're way bigger than Sho or Kenzo's Beetlejuice-style shrunken heads.
Hey, what are you doing? Hey, stop it! Hey, you're messing up here! Come on! Whoa! Whoa! Stop it! Whoa!
Kenzo is in a tough spot. Some members of another racing team have him cornered, and he needs Sho's help. He tells Sho to meet him at the foreigner graveyard in South Yokohama. I'm useless with this thing. What, the phone? I don't know, you seemed like you were doing all right. You answered it, talked into it. I don't really know what more there is to it. I can never remember phone numbers, and figuring out the speed dial is beyond me. Well, just wait a few years and you won't have to worry about any of that anymore. As Sho is busy mumbling to himself, two cars pull up. What are you mumbling to yourself for? That's what I was saying. One is Keisuke, Sho's rival in the race from the night before, and the other is Shinsuke, his younger brother. They're both looking for Iki, Bay Lagoon Racing's leader, and Sho gets a choice of what to say to them here. Piss off. You think I'd tell you two jag-offs? Did I mention how much I love this translation? The two jag-offs drive off, and afterwards, Sho reflects on how he finally feels like he's where he was always meant to be, but he doesn't quite know why that is. A seemingly innocuous line. We get this excellent shot of South Yokohama as we watch Keisuke and Shinsuke drive away. Of course, Sho waxes poetic about the city as well.
Street.
This town comes alive at night, and our driving brings the heat. And if you stick around long enough, you'll find out just how hot it can get. Sorry, I'm just speechless at how stupidly awesome that line is. At this point, we're introduced to the overworld of Racing Lagoon, which right now is limited to South Yokohama. The overworld traversal immediately reminded me of those little Micro Machines town playsets that were popular in the 80s and 90s. I remember the San Francisco inspired one the most, with its facsimile of the Golden Gate Bridge. I think it even had an add-on airport runway, and you could fold the whole thing up into this little carry case. I used to play with that thing all the time, just pushing around these little cars, creating stories in my head about where they were going, giving each vehicle personality. That's what driving around a tiny scale Yokohama and Racing Lagoon feels like. Just going around in your little car, passing other little cars, stopping into shops and other areas, having conversations. It's really cool. Icons appear in places you can interact with. There's also an arrow above your car to keep track of yourself. These can be toggled on and off with the select button. You also have a mini-map in the corner of your screen with locations marked, but no place names, so the game wants you to drive around and get accustomed to the area. But this is immensely fun. Steering the car can be a bit weird in this sort of isometric view. For example, if you're watching your car drive down a street, you'll need to imagine that you're in the driver's seat and press left to turn right, and vice versa. But you get the hang of it, for the most part. You can also brake with the square button and reverse with triangle. My only gripe with driving around is that some streets are very narrow, and if you need to turn around, it can be a bit of a pain. Oh, just hold on a minute. Yep. No, I got this. Don't mind me as I make this 16-point turn. But other than that, the overworld is such a vibe. I loved tooling around this place. There are even little pedestrians walking around on the sidewalk. Look at that. That's amazing. This guy's moonwalking. The map here is based on the
roller coaster tycoon type fucking NPCs.
It's not to scale. Some things are condensed or moved from other parts of the city, but it's pretty impressive. The Marine Tower is here, the Cosmic Big Wheel, based on the real-life Cosmic Clock 21 Ferris wheel, the red brick warehouses, Yamashita Park, Honmoku Wharf, Yokohama Stadium. If you've ever actually been to Yokohama and explored the city, you'll find a lot of familiar sights. To top all of this off, South Yokohama is only the first map that you'll explore throughout the game. There are several others, such as North Yokohama, the Keihin motorways, as well as a few others.
I was gonna say, what else would there be? Northern Yokohama?
Lots to explore. And all of
there
the
is.
exploration is helped out immensely by the absolutely incredible soundtrack. Square has produced some of the greatest and most classic soundtracks to ever grace video games, and Racing Lagoon is on par with any Final Fantasy game. The jazz fusion-inspired songs perfectly fit the mood and atmosphere of this game's world, providing a luxurious blanket of sound to wrap yourself in as you drive the overworld or fall into the game's story sequences.
It's just that Ridge Racer type beat, which is goated.
But this is a racing game at its heart, so it's not always about chilling out in the hot summer streets of Yokohama. There are more industrial techno-inspired tracks for the actual racing. Mysterious moments in the story call for more mystifying musical interludes.
It's some murder this is some fucking Resident Evil
things
type
even dip
fucking
into
shit.
horror
What the
at
fuck?
times. The music is such a vital part of this experience, and it's just another showstopper from Squaresoft. An incredible piece of work. I'm listening to it right now as I write this script to keep myself in the mood of the game. It's so good. Racing Lagoon has such a distinctive look and feel, even among some of the more stylish games that grace the PlayStation and other consoles in the late 90s. I mean, it starts with the title screen. That logo and the music here are choice. Then there are the individual menus. Racing games of this era had so much style. The original Gran Turismo used these kinds of menus, as did Ridge Racer Type 4. Bold colors, simple fonts, clean layouts, paired
I
with
play
chill
initial
music.
D
It's so
fucking
stylish. It's gonna be
V3.
hard to go through this video without saying style or stylish a
Kids
lot,
these
because
days
the
don't know about
aesthetics are a
fucking
huge
old
part of
initial
what
D
make this
arcade
game what it
games.
is, but I'll keep my thesaurus handy and do my best. But yeah, the menu layouts, the title cards on loading screens, which have the poems that show up in the Japanese version fully translated into English. My god, it's also sleek. Then there are the story bits. I think some of the creative choices here have to do with most of the game's budget going toward the gameplay and racing, but the story, which takes up a large chunk of this game's playtime too, naturally, it is an RPG after all, does feature some CG cutscenes and FMV sequences.
I'd rather not.
In many games of the era, but a lot of it is told
The
through
new ones
static
can't
character
compare
images
to
with
like
minimal
the actual
animation,
tech in
a la
like
visual
fucking
novels. The
V3. After
disproportionate
V3, I
character
think the initial D
designs
arcade
combined with
games
the
have just
funky
gotten dog
perspectives and
shit.
layout choices could be viewed as amateurish, unsettling, even ugly by some, but I feel like this just adds to Racing Lagoon's identity and charm.
The reason I
couldn't find out who
stopped
the
playing
character
Initial D
designer
was
on
because
Racing Lagoon.
there were
There
no
isn't
more
one listed
fucking
in the
V3
credits at the end of the
cabs
game,
around
so
where I
somebody
live
on the graphic team
because, I mean,
created these
arcades are
things.
kind of just
These
dead as a whole.
broad-shouldered, small-headed designs remind me a lot of the characters.
But even where there
Tetsuya
were
Nomura
like
would go on to
arcades,
design
like
for
a
the
couple
bouncer,
cities away,
especially in
it was like a
fashion,
fucking
which is
hour
all leather
drive.
jackets,
They
shoulder
never had
pads,
V3
tank tops,
cabs, so
combat boots,
they were
and
just
oh
dead
my
to me.
God, I think I'm in love. But yeah, this visual design is so wild. Like, who would think to lay out
No
a scene
V3,
like
not
this?
for
Who
me.
would think to animate character movements like
Yeah,
this?
I should,
It's
yeah.
not just due to the PlayStation's technical limitations. Look at the dancing scene between Squall and Renoa in Final Fantasy
No,
VIII.
it didn't have
The
that
animation
play.
here is still fantastic, and FF8 came out 4 months before Racing Lagoon. I also don't believe that it's solely due to the game not having the Final Fantasy A team on staff. Some of these choices are intentional. It's just feeding into the visual language and tone that Racing Lagoon embodies. On the actual racing side of things though, Square definitely brought their A game. The car models, the reflections on the bodies, the lights illuminating license plates. There are even reflections of light on the streets below your car as you're racing. Now of course this is a layer of textures or baked into the model itself. Ray tracing on this level was still quite a ways off in 1999, especially on the PlayStation, but I love the creative ways that developers went about trying to imitate the way light behaves. Square was really good at it. Look at Vagrant's story and how they baked lighting effects into the textures. It's incredible. Sometimes I feel like just because developers can make things look ultra realistic nowadays doesn't necessarily mean that they should. But yeah, the racing in Racing Lagoon, on a technical level, is incredibly smooth. Always ran at a solid 60 FPS. I like the variety of tracks and courses, great background elements, just enough to keep things varied, but not enough to distract you from the actual racing. They
Sounds
were
like a
also really
glorified
accurate with road
fidget
markings.
spinner.
The draw distance sometimes can be an issue, especially on tracks you're not familiar
Don't the
with.
cars like
but
fucking
it was never a
basically
huge
auto
problem.
drift?
This is on par with heavy hitters like Gran Turismo 2 and Ridge Racer Type 4. It's clear where a lot of this game's budget went. So, I guess it's about time to talk about the thing you'll be spending possibly the largest chunk of your time doing in Racing Lagoon: racing. As soon as you pull out of the Bay Lagoon Wharf where you start the first night, you won't make it far in either direction before another car pulls up, flashing their high beams and honking their horn. Of course, Joe has something poetic to say about this. Speeding bullets, flashing their high beams, their intent to battle. We then get a quick in-game
I just remember like
explanation
4
of
and
the bullet
5 were
encounter,
like
basically
so
the combat
off-putting.
in this racing RPG. The driver here is a side character, another member of the Night Racers, who's not as much of a dick as Keisuke and Shinsuke. He informs Sho that Keisuke was fighting with a Bay Lagoon racing chick by the
Damn, you can
Ferris wheel at the edge
TST?
of town. Sho
That's
suspects
crazy.
that the lady in question is Yuka Suzuki. Then we're thrust into our
somehow
first
doubt
battle. Now I know using the term battle
old
sounds
shit like
very
that even
RPG-ish,
exists.
but let me give you some context. Street racers in Japan actually use the English term batoru for their races. Throughout the 80s and 90s, illegal street racing in Japan was on the rise, thanks in no small part to the increased production of relatively low-cost, highly modifiable sports cars, introduced by several Japanese manufacturers such as Honda, Nissan, Mazda, and Toyota, among others. Late at night, the scream of engines could be heard echoing along the Shutoko Expressway in Tokyo, and on the Keihin that connects Tokyo and Yokohama, as well as piers and closed-down industrial areas. Out in the countryside, toge, or mountain road racing, was all the rage. That side of the street racing scene is depicted most famously in the manga and anime Initial D, which was based partially on creator Shuichi Shigeno's experiences owning an AE86 Toyota Sprinter Trueno. And hey, what do you know? That's the same series of car the Sho starts the game with. Seems like he's got the Corolla 11 variant though. Besides
Oh,
the
the
iconic
gross,
car,
not the
there are actually a
11.
lot of Initial D references throughout Racing Lagoon's story. And to fully prepare myself to write this script, I felt it was my professional duty to re-watch all of Initial D. You know, to enrich the video, right? You know what? Shut up. I don't need an excuse to rewatch all of Initial D, okay? Anyway, the battles. It's just kind of a lucky coincidence that the terminology fits both with Japanese street racing and RPGs, something that definitely was not lost on the developers. When you enter a bullet encounter, battle, race, whatever you want to call it, you'll get that familiar Squaresoft screen transition and be sent to a street course. The load times here can be a bit long, but that's just something you're going to have to get used to. Would be nice if this game got a proper re-release or remaster to hurry up these load times, but if you're playing the fan translation on an emulator, you can just bind the fast forward button. There are many courses or track layouts throughout the game, small stretches of road, loops, highways, even a couple of actual racing circuits. Which one you race on depends where on the overworld map you are when you enter the encounter, as well as what direction you're facing, because you can race most of these courses in reverse configuration as well. For the majority of the street race courses, which make up almost all of the encounters, it's a point A to point B race with your opponent.
I mean, I assume you don't live in America then, because arcades are dead here, basically.
Triangle changes your view.
There are very few like big arcades
to keep track of your opponents, and
that
L2
like
and R2
simply just exist.
But you need to
like
actually install
few
a
and far
manual
between, and that's
transmission
like
on your
it.
car for that. By
There's no
default,
more
Shows
like
8.6 is equipped
small
with an
arcades
automatic
in the bowling
transmission, which
alley
is
or
not
like
accurate. The Toyota
small
Sprinter had a
arcade
manual
shop next to
transmission,
like
but
a
this is most
fucking
likely a concession
laundromat
for
type
players
shit. Like
unfamiliar
there's
with
no
racing
like
games. After a countdown,
actual
the race will
dedicated
begin from a
arcades
standing
outside of
start.
just
And
like
once things are underway,
what is
you'll learn
essentially
very
the
quickly
Walmart
that
of
the physics
arcades.
Racing Lagoon are kind of their own
Yeah.
thing. This definitely isn't the strive for realism that Gran Turismo is, nor is it easy handling arcade driving like Ridge Racer. You're not going to be able to just hold down the accelerator and bounce your way through the night streets. Hitting the barriers and other cars won't cause damage or cause you to crash out, but it will slow you down. A lot. Typically, hitting a car from behind bumps them
It's quite
forward and gives them
unfortunate that
more
arcades
speed
are just
while
dead
slowing
at, like,
you down
legit
big
dead
time,
here.
So watch out for that. So yeah, you need to brake and sometimes slow down to go fast. If you have at least basic knowledge of racing lines, braking points, how to hit the apex of corners, slow in, fast out, stuff like that, then you can take an underperforming vehicle and actually outdrive a lot of opponents. Though it's also entirely possible to grind out encounters and overpower your car with new parts. We'll get to that. The focus here is on drifting, and for about 90% of the races, you won't even need to touch the normal brake. Just hammer the circle button for your handbrake and throw it into the corners. But like I mentioned, the physics here are really wonky, and are going to take some getting used to. The cars tend to oversteer, meaning even slight inputs on the steering can cause the car to turn too much. So you'll either turn in too early for a corner and smash into a barrier, or turn too much on the exit and spin out. You're going to need to learn when to lay off the handbrake, counter steer your way through the drifts, and apply power conservatively to make it through corners without completely losing control. And you're punished pretty severely for getting it wrong. The default suspensions are also very soft, so you can sometimes unsettle the car just by making
Back
slight
in the day when I
adjustments
used to
on straight
actually go
portions of the
outside.
road. It's all very sensitive and exaggerated, and it takes quite a bit of finesse to get around these
Just for
tracks
the love of the
unscathed.
game.
You pretty much need to throw out everything you know about other racing games to get good at this one. You can do it though. The fact that the game operates on a physics model and behaves according to it means that it can be mastered. It's just going to take some practice. Luckily, on the title screen, there's a Warriors Battle mode, where you can select different characters from the game and drive their cars around a selection of courses. You'll unlock more tracks as you progress through the main story. You can even race a second player in this mode, as well as import your own car that you've been upgrading in the main game. Before jumping into the story, I highly recommend going into the Warriors Battle mode and selecting Show to practice driving. The game doesn't give you any tutorials or tips, it just throws you in and lets you figure it all out for yourself. I say select Show because the other characters' cars all drive and handle differently, so they won't be that helpful when you're just starting out. Speaking of different handling though, upgrading your car is an important component of character growth, I guess you could call it, and everything you alter or upgrade slightly changes the car's handling. Square was pretty nuanced with how different parts change the way the car behaves, and upgrades are mandatory to actually being able to complete the game. Just like any RPG, if you fall behind the power curve, you're gonna have a bad time. And because it's racing, it's not like you can do a level 1 run. If you don't upgrade your car, you're just gonna be left in the dust no matter how good you are at manhandling the game's vehicles. I'm going into a lot of detail about the driving right now because the truth is, you really need to like racing games in order to make it through Racing Lagoon. That may sound like a no-brainer statement, but I've seen a lot of posts about this game where people talk about liking it for its style and storytelling and just the idea of it. I mean, look at it, just wow, a racing RPG. Man, that sounds so cool. But then they start playing it and realize, wait a minute, I have to actually race? Yeah, buddy. Just like any RPG, yeah, you'll spend a large chunk of your time getting story dropped on you, traversing an overworld, visiting shops and other locations, but like half your playtime or more in most RPGs is spent battling, and in this game's case, that means racing. On the other hand, though, I do get it if you like racing games but can't wrap your head around Racing Lagoon's wonky handling. Fair enough. Like I said before, it's very much its own thing. It's like Racing Lagoon takes place in this weird alternate reality where car physics just work this way. In fact, maybe that's a better way of thinking about it to help you find some enjoyment. Anyway, participating in a battle gains you 1 experience point for each of the 3 main units of your vehicle. Racing Lagoon simplifies its cars into an engine, a chassis, and a body.
I don't know how it is
Notice I said
now, but
participating
like
in the battle,
COVID really
not
made
winning.
it rough
Even
for
if you lose
arcades
the
in
race,
Japan.
You'll still gain 1 experience
I don't know if that
point
shit
for
came
each
back
of
or
your
not,
car's
though.
units. Gaining enough experience will level up the units, and they all have slightly different thresholds for growth. At certain levels, you'll also unlock more slots on each vehicle that can be equipped with parts, allowing you to add more to your car and make it more powerful or easy to handle or just make it look cooler. However, if you win the battle, you're given the opportunity to get rewards. Steal something off of your opponent's ride. You can steal their parts or their units, gaining new engines, chassis, and bodies, completely changing the look of your vehicle. Stealing parts costs reward points though, or RP, which are only gained when you win a race. This system limits you somewhat from just going ham and stealing whatever you want, though you can easily just grind races for RP and experience points. You can also give your opponents a handicap by letting them go first and waiting a few seconds before starting yourself. This adds a bonus to your
fuck,
RP
dude.
when you win.
When he
based on
said
the amount
hand,
of
I wasn't
handicap you
thinking
gave them.
handicap.
If you lose, though, you gain nothing, of course.
Dude,
There
like,
are
wait,
other
hold
ways
up.
to earn RP in the game as well. Anyway, all of this sounds very forgiving, especially for losing, but here's the rub. If you lose, there's a chance your opponent will get rewards and be able to steal one of your parts. It doesn't always happen, but it happens often enough that you're going to want to win every race. Otherwise, you're just going to lose parts on your car and never gain enough RP to reap the get rewards when you win. As mentioned, rather poetically in the battle tutorial, other cars drive around flashing their high beams on the streets. Running into them initiates a race. Square didn't
Damn,
have
if you're out
licenses
here
to any
flashing
car
your
manufacturers,
lights,
but a lot of the cars
you're gonna
are
get
clearly
fucking shot.
recognizable and have real-world counterparts. Mazda RX-7s, Nissan Silvias, Honda Civics, and so on. You can avoid other drivers if you don't feel like racing, and you can also flash your own high beams by pressing R1. This will initiate a race with any other vehicle on the road. That includes trucks and city buses. And yes, you can steal a city bus's body and drive it around and race
What?
with it too. It's ridiculous.
Oh shit, this game is lit. You can't even see the screen! Yo, this game is sick. What the fuck?
Actually, a few of the cars that drive around not trying to initiate a race have some really good parts. So if you see a vehicle that looks a bit out of place just puttering around, you should try racing it. You never know what goodies you'll find. There are more intricacies to your car's components and a story moment where all of this gets explained, so I'll wait until then to go into more details. After this tutorial race, win or lose, you'll now be able to explore South Yokohama at your leisure. The 2 main spots we need to visit to advance the story are the Cosmic Big Wheel and the Gaikokujin Graveyard. But before that, we should hit up the gas station mileage for good old GS. Here we meet Kyoji Namba, the current second-in-command on the Bay Lagoon racing team. Many of the crew members at one point worked at this gas station in South Yokohama, but now only Kyoji remains. Gas stations are Racing Lagoon's save points, and Kyoji points out how GS is an abbreviation for both game save and gas station. Racing Lagoon loves its little initialisms, and yes, the gas station where many of the characters in Initial D worked had it written on the sign too. Of course. Anyway, there's a gas station on almost every map in the game, and you'll also be given the chance to save your game in between chapters and during special events. Now that we know how to save our game, there are several other spots to check out in South Yokohama. Some of them aren't fully unlocked yet, like Chinatown, which is the home base for another South Yokohama-based racing team, the Motomachi Queens, as well as Honmoku Wharf, home to the Night Racers, who have such a smooth-sounding BGM, and everyone's bumping to it.
Damn, that's a vibe.
Both of these places will open up later and allow us to do some side quests. While we're at Honmoku Wharf right now though, one of the Night Racers tells Sho that they want a revenge race against Iki and Bay Lagoon, so Sho decides to race this chump. Ooh, hoochie mama. Honmoku Circuit sucks. Lots of sharp hairpins and corners with big runoffs that can lead you right into walls. Took me until like the end of the game to
in
figure out how to drive this one
IDV3,
correctly, but I managed to beat the
fucking
rival in this race.
RX-8.
Toon Shop Spencer is a shop, as the name implies.
Yeah, that's
Besides
exactly
RP,
what it
you've
sounds
also got
like.
yen to use as currency, which can be gained by selling parts you don't need and winning certain special races that will pop up throughout the game. Here at Spencer's, you can also check out the tuning tutorial where Iki, the Bay Lagoon Racing leader, will give you a rundown on how to tune up your car. His tutorial here is full of plenty of RPG terminology to make things more digestible. We've even got a few Squaresoft references thrown in for good measure. Remember junctioning magic with Guardian Force and FF8? My favorite GF is Bahamut, in case you're wondering. Man, Square really loved those abbreviations back in the day, didn't they? Like I mentioned earlier, your car has 3 different units. The engine is like your power stat and gives you a baseline of power and torque. Adding different parts in the engine slots will alter those numbers. The chassis is like the agility stat. Chassis also come in different drivetrains, just like real cars. Front engine, front wheel drive, front engine, rear wheel drive, mid-engine rear wheel drive, rear engine rear wheel, and 4-wheel drive. Different chassis all affect the cornering ability and handling characteristics of the car. But you need to have the right body type for each chassis, and you can modify your car's body to fit different drivetrains at Muraoka's body shop. Run by
Yeah,
old
my
man
good
Muraoka.
old
He
FR.
doesn't like that we always call him Pops, but he doesn't realize that we do it out of R. The highest honor
Respect.
we can bestow.
Yep.
Respect. I love this game. Anyway, back to Iki's tutorial. On the body menu, you'll get a base measurement of front and rear downforce. Downforce affects overall speed and cornering ability. It's all very in-depth if you want to get into it, but for non-gearheads, the main stats you'll want to keep track of are the power and weight.
We
You
do
can see
it
this at
out
any
of
time on the machine
R.
menu, and it will pop up before races
game
when
is
your
sick.
car and your opponent's car's stats are displayed. Basically, you want as much power as you can get. Big number, go fast.
Right.
The weight of your car will affect its acceleration.
It's less
and
cool when
handling.
you
Obviously,
realize
a heavier
that
car
it's
will
just
feel more
this,
sluggish,
but
even
in
with a lot of
Japanese.
power. Then
It's just
there's
their
the
fucking
PWR
quotation
ratio
mark.
at the bottom. You want this number to go
But
down.
shit, it looks
It's
cool
like
at
armor
least.
class in old D&D. Small number good. A low PWR will increase acceleration and make the car more agile. It's possible that the car can become unwieldy at really low values, but there are parts that you can add to the chassis and body to help balance that out. As I said before, if you don't like racing games, you're probably not going to like playing Racing Lagoon. The car handling can be difficult to come to grips with, and the races, of course, get progressively harder. And while it is possible to just grind and overpower your vehicle so that it doesn't matter how many mistakes you make during a race, you'll be so far ahead that it's almost impossible to lose, you're still going to have to do a lot of racing to get to that point. If it's not already clear, I
Oh
love
my
racing
god,
games.
what the
My
fuck?
favorite genres are
Who on my
RPG,
friends
point
list?
and clicks,
Oh, it's probably
survival
someone I
horror, and
followed
racing.
for a fucking
One of those
horse.
things is not like the other, but I can't help it. I'm a virtual
I almost took a
gearhead. I fell in love with the
non-FLB
genre on the Super
or
Nintendo
MLB.
playing Top Gear at my friend's house. We used to spend the weekends
Squeak.
racing through all the championships on that game. When Gran Turismo came out, I was obsessed with learning everything the license tests had to teach, as well as collecting every car. Ridge Racer Type 4, which I've mentioned several
God,
times
Ridge
already
Racer
in
Type
this
4
video,
is the
one of my
goat.
favorite games on the PlayStation. You want to talk stylish, man. RR Type 4 is beautiful, with a fantastic soundtrack. And it's even got story elements to it.
Oh my god, the nostalgia.
I also watch motorsport regularly. GT World Challenge, the 24-hour series, Formula 1. I love all that shit. Now, do you need to be that into racing to enjoy Racing Lagoon? No. But it helps. Back to the streets of Yokohama, Wakaba Bank can help you gain more RP by investing in either the bank's race car or in your own win-to-loss
A
ratio,
Banks
which is
race
tracked on the
car?
cause
That's
menu.
crazy.
Hey Yuka. You can also keep track of what side quests are available and whether you've completed them or not. The investment thing is kind of weird. You can put in a certain amount of RP, choose a unit of the car to invest in, which ranges from low risk, low return to high risk, high return. Then you have to wait 3 nights or chapters in the game before you can go back to the bank and hopefully get a return
Speculative,
on
do
your
it,
investment.
pussy.
If you're looking to steal as many rare or powerful parts as possible from opponents, but not grind out encounters, this is a good way to boost your RP. Beyond that, you can also deposit yen into your bank account, but I didn't really see a point in that. You can only only lose yen in special races, which are part of Racing Lagoon's side quests. Some of them have entrance fees, and if you don't come out on top, you gain no winnings and forfeit the money you spent to enter. But if that happened, I would always just reload a save. The last thing you can do at the bank is exchange RP for yen. Again, never saw a point in doing that. I was flush with cash by the third or fourth night and was never in danger of running out. Plus, those special races that you can bet on are repeatable.
Yo, my dude is
so you
driving
could
a
grind out
fucking
few and earn enough
lunchbox.
money to carry you through the entire game. Most of the side quest stuff will be introduced on the second night. Continuing our tour of South Yokohama, there's Johnny's Motomachi, a cafe where street racers hang out. And another Initial D reference, as many plot expositions took place in the local cafe Johnson's in Initial D's world. And these names are based on the real-life Jonathan's chain of family restaurants in Japan. And Show's description of Johnny's is like a commercial. The harsh lights of the city fade away as a warm smile shines through the neon-soaked reflections on your windshield. We all gotta unwind sometime. They serve basic-ass coffee and basic-ass grub. Okay, well, never mind about the commercial thing. The waitress informs Sho that the only night racer who's been around is Makoto, but he left in a hurry because that one girl is off tonight. We'll meet her later. Johnny's isn't a mandatory stop on most nights throughout the game, but flavor text and character dialogue changes as the story progresses, so it's always cool to drop in here and chill out for a bit. Anyway, we better go check on Kenzo at the Gaikokujin graveyard. He's being hassled by a couple of night racers. They want Kenzo to call Iki and tell him that he wouldn't want anything to happen to Yuka, would he? Sho, shows up, and you actually get a choice to help Kenzo or just leave it be. These kinds of events and decisions will pop up throughout the game, and they're actually essential to unlocking some things at the end. So Sho jumps in. Kenzo and Sho are chased by the night racers down Graveyard Street through this neighborhood where I made this crazy turn that I have no idea how I survived. After the race, Kenzo informs Sho that Keisuke and Shinsuke have kidnapped Yuka and will only give her back if Iki agrees to a revenge race. Currently, they're driving around in Keisuke's orange Grassi, so the goal now is to track them down to get Yuka back. Kenzo says they're going to be hitting up all the hotspots in the city to flex. And, hey, there they are. Have you been to the Cosmic Big Wheel yet? That's where this all started. Damn it, how could I let this happen to her? Yeah, Kenzo, shut the f up. They just drove right past us. Now, Sho needs to drive around the city trying to track down Keisuke and Shinsuke, when we could have caught them right away if Kenzo wasn't so busy running his big mouth. At Cosmic Big Wheel, Sho finds Yuka's car in the parking lot and reminisces about his meeting with her when he first joined the team. Sho, we're finally BLR buddies. Oh my god. This whole conversation is amazing. The night atmosphere, the hazy neon from the Ferris wheel, Yuka's hair, Jesus, and this gold saucer date theme-esque track in the background. It's vibes, man. You're going to speed past me in no time. Why are people so hung up on speed anyways? Oh, please.
Why is homeboy
don't
hitting the
pretend like you
JoJo
don't know.
pose?
You know that weird flickering you
the
see
fuck?
on asphalt on hot days? You mean a mirage? Yeah, I try to catch up to them, getting closer and closer, till it's so close I feel like I can reach out and touch it. That's when I hit the gas hard, but I can never reach it. It just fades away, because it was only an illusion. So, if I kept getting faster, you think I could catch it someday? No, Sho, you idiot. That's not how optical phenomena work. Convection causes variations in the temperature of the air, creating a gradient in the refractive index. Yeah, you're gonna vroom right past my micro GT and disappear into the horizon. Hey Sho, if you ever reach that speed, you gotta take me with you. I wanna see it. The other side of the mirage. And if my bit of scientific fact didn't already kill the moment, Sho goes ahead and puts it out of its misery. I might lose interest in racing in a week. Sho, you are such a Casanova. Makoto, the night racer's second in command, is hanging out near the stadium, and when Sho confronts him about Yuka's kidnapping, he tells Sho that the night racers fell apart when Akira, their leader, lost to Iki the night before. He's also pretty upset himself about Keisuke's stunt here. So after tooling around the city for a while, Sho finally
What the fuck
tracks
is the
down
hunter
the orange
symbol
Grassi,
for? I
and
don't
they've
even
actually
remember.
got Yuka tied up in the back. What the hell? To rescue her, Sho of course needs to race against the Ishikawa brothers.
Oh shit, they're
Just
coming
as
for
he
me.
catches up with them, Makoto appears, easily overtaking both cars. And afterwards, Makoto beats up Keisuke and Shinsuke, and Yuka is safely returned. A happy ending for this moronic turn of events. Yeah, tell me about it. Our first night ends in the early morning hours with Sho driving Yuka back to her car. She's never this quiet. I think she's asleep, dude. It felt so good just to hear her say, thanks.
I feel like we should be getting that
have to put these
every
feelings aside.
time, unless you're hunting something too
no
low
feelings.
rank.
Yeah, I gotta just stamp those out. The
Isn't
second
that
night
a
begins with another
tempered
monologue
thing?
from Sho,
Am I
reflecting on the
crazy?
events of the previous chapter and coming to the conclusion that the night
I'm pretty sure
racers
it's a
need to
tempered
tighten the
map.
leash on the twin turd bros. Got 'em. Their felony kidnapping
Twin
prank
turd
got Ikki's
bros.
attention though, and he and Akira are going to
Holy
have their
shit,
revenge race.
dude.
But before that, Makoto has selected Sho as his rival, which Sho finds strange. Makoto is the second in command of the night racers, so Kyoji from BLR should be his rival. We then get another excellent flyby of tiny Yokohama. I can't help but mention these every
Well, I
time
mean,
because
Arch
they look
Tempered
so
doesn't
awesome.
exist for any
Time ticks
everything.
away, and the walls inch closer. This city is one big prison.
Like, I have 9-star fucking Seregios and shit, and that's just
Inmates
tempered.
eye each other greedily. Sho's description of the city here is almost dystopian. Remember this ominous shade. We'll come back to it later. Tonight, there's only 3 hours until the race, and this is the first, and really the only chapter in the game that has a timer on it, though you can't actually see how much time you have left. It's just that at a certain point during the night, this revenge race is going to start, and you'll have to go back to the Bay Lagoon Wharf to initiate it. Attempting to visit most other locations in the city after the invisible time limit has passed will have Sho say to himself, "Gotta get to the race." I feel like it was a strange choice on the part of the developers to throw something like this out so early in the game, while most players are likely still getting used to the gameplay loop, especially since tonight is the first night where you can compete in unofficial races, or UORs as the game likes to abbreviate them. So let's talk about Racing Lagoon's side quests. After Sho's opening speech, another driver will pull into the parking lot at Bay Lagoon Wharf, introducing herself as Nanako Aoyama. Oh my god, I need sunglasses to look at that
Yeah.
outfit. Nanako is the ex-leader of the Yokosuka Black Knights, who now hosts unofficial races. As we progress through the game, we'll meet several other characters in different locations who also host unofficial
Boy.
races. Each of these typically have a different power, drivetrain, or weight requirement. And they're not all focused on street racing. There are also drag races, chicken races, where 2 cars race to the end of a pier and need to stop as close to the end of it as possible without falling into the water, as well as rally events.
fuck?
and
I ain't
obstacle
stopping.
courses. Winning these
Chicken is
typically
you either
brings
go-
large
like, you
amounts
go
of
farther than the
RP,
other,
much more than
period.
regular encounters, and also rare
I'm going
perks
in the
for your
fucking
vehicle.
drink.
Some of the most powerful parts in the game can only be attained through UORs, plus many of them add a bit of variety to the street racing that you'll spend most of your time doing. The characters who offer UORs usually have small storylines associated with them. Not all of these side characters have a relation to the main story, but they help broaden the scope of the world, and there are moments of character drama and growth if you follow through and complete most of the races they offer. I briefly mentioned special races earlier as well. These are either organized events that you can enter for a fee, or there will be moments when you visit a location and someone will pull up and challenge Sho to a race. You have the option to turn down these challenges, but honestly, you want to take on as many of them as you can. For one thing, the races with entrance fees offer cash prizes, so there's that, as well as rare parts, but also the game has a hidden title points system related to these special events that it's tallying up in the background. You can see what title you currently have at any point throughout the game by visiting the Ancient Bay, an old port area in South Yokohama. A voice will speak to Sho there. "Someone's calling to me, a traveler lost in time. Who are you?" At this early point in the story, Sho is an unknown racer, or so he's been told. On the last night, you need to achieve a certain title to be able to enter the endgame. Now, I don't believe there's any way to soft lock yourself. Some special events are permanently missable, but enough of them stay open that you can go around on the final night and earn enough points to achieve the title you need to finish the game. The long and short of it is, if someone rolls up and challenges you to a race, or calls for your help, or asks if you want to pay to enter a race, it's better to just do it. Before the revenge race, Sho pops into Johnny's again, and we meet Yoko Miharu, just sliding into the scene like she's on rollerblades. She knows about Sho's showdown with Makoto, so she offers to buy him dinner and have a chat. She says that Sho absolutely has to win the race tonight. Makoto keeps hounding her for a date, so she made up a rule that she only dates guys with a 10-0 win record. Unfortunately, he's already at 9-0. He's also sent her a love letter. "Hey babe,
That's
even when
crazy.
I'm the fastest champ in Yokohama, I'll still be thinking about you. Let's pretend we never had this conversation." Yoko shouts for Sho not to just walk out on a lady in distress, but he's gone. However, Yoko is off work, and if we stalk her through the city, we'll see that she heads to Chinatown. Here we find out that she's a member of the Motomachi Queens, an all-female racing team who spend their nights darting through the sharp turns and tight streets here. Another set of unofficial races are on offer, and these are tricky. You need to brake pretty early to get the turns right. If you make it through the first 3 rounds and beat Yoko, the Queen's leader, Yui Tachikawa, arrives and challenges Sho. She's incredibly fast, and I couldn't beat her, at least at this point in the story. With all of that out of the way, you can head to Bay Lagoon Wharf or keep driving around until Sho won't enter any more locations. At the wharf, everyone's raring for the revenge race to begin, but as they make preparations, Sho decides to take a walk and ends up at the port where the Hikawa Maru 2 cruise ship is docked. He feels inexplicably drawn to this place, and leaning against the railing here, seemingly waiting for him, is a woman in an orange outfit, spinning around in the lights from the cruise ship, dazzling Sho with her wide shoulder pads. This is Aoi Kawashima. She already knows Sho's name and tells him that they were destined to meet, but then she comes clean and says she heard about him from Iki, her boyfriend, who apparently told her that he feels like Sho has more potential than even himself. They share a moment, staring out over the bay, musing about the city. I have to ask myself which city is real, the one in the sky or the one in the sea. When we dream and when we wake, it's as if we step out from one and step into the other. Well, that's easy. Throw a rock into the water and the city of the sea is no more. You are a rock in the water, Sho. Nah, but that fragility makes it all the more beautiful. And then again, reality can be shattered just as easily as the water's surface. I think I prefer the city and the sea. Do I need to say it? I don't know. Should I flash my headlights? This conversation is important. Anyway, the revenge race is about to start, and we get some nice CG to kick things off.
Damn, is this gonna be some fucking alternate reality Sho was actually in a coma the whole time type beat?
Akira apologizes to Iki for everything that happened with Yuka the night before, and claims that they're following a new motto, CHR, Clean, Honest Racing. So the race between Makoto and Sho is the opening act, and Makoto tries to hype everyone up with a little speech. Loosen up, my dudes. Chill. We're racing for the love of the sport. Sho, you and me, bro. Let's get this fire burning. I want to see you push past your limits. I'm going to teach you the real meaning of racing, you dig? So after grooving for a bit, the race gets underway. Sho needs to pass Makoto before hitting the straight on the second lap, otherwise it's game over. I managed it on my second try. We then jump to Makoto's view. There's a cutscene. Makoto loses control of his car.
Some fucking FF7 cloud in his head, fucking PTSD type moment.
Sho can only watch dumbstruck as Akira holds Makoto's fragile body in his arms.
It's fragile body. Same.
The world turns black, and when Sho snaps out of it, he's at the hospital. He has no idea how they all got here. We hear this disturbing song with a woman's laughter. And the sound of Sho literally beating himself up over what happened. Sho blames himself for the accident, sees distorted images of Makoto's body lying on the road. In a flashback, we see that Sho was actually the first one to get to Makoto after the crash. Before fading into unconsciousness, Makoto tells Sho that he's going to be the one to become the new fastest legend. There's the sound of a siren, an explosion, and Sho is left wondering how any of this could have happened. Where was that verve for racing? That reverence of the night? Everything changed in an instant. A rock shattering the surface of reality. Of course, in hindsight, it's easy to see the heavy foreshadowing toward this event. Maybe it wasn't clear that someone was going to crash out, a kid was going to wind up on the pavement in the hospital fighting for his life, but something bad was going to happen. Beyond the more on-the-nose conversations, though, there are other clues Racing Lagoon gives that there's darkness bubbling just beneath the surface of its smooth jazz and neon-lit cityscape. I detailed Sho's desolate view of the city in the beginning of Night 2, but as you were exploring on the first night, taking in the charm of the Micro Machine-esque playground and the lightheartedness of the cheesy banter, you may have stopped by the Red Renga, or Red Brick Warehouse, another real location in Yokohama, which nowadays hosts several shops and restaurants and is a big spot for events. such as car shows. But the current iteration of Red Renga didn't open until 2002, and in 1999, as Show comments, it's under redevelopment, being converted from old warehouses to the modern shopping and entertainment destination it is today. In the world of Racing Lagoon, there are shady happenings going on there. Foggy streets, darkened buildings, black limousines parked outside. Everything about this screams dangerous men ahead. Whoa, so Show gets the heck out
Dangerous
of it. These
men.
black limousines will come into focus later on in the narrative, but it's the first hint of something more subtle being worked into the story and the world building. Another location that's off limits is the unfinished Bay Lagoon Tower, near Bay Lagoon Racing's home base. Here's what Show has to say about it if you stop by on the first night. Bay Lagoon Tower, an ominous monolith looming over the city. It was constructed 10 years ago during the bubble economy. Back then, cash and trouble flowed
Racing
like fine
Lagoon.
wine. Each morning you would find another eyesore on the skyline, a concrete fantasy, a man-made mirage rising from the heart of the city. But all that glitz and glamour faded with the times. Nowadays, Bay Lagoon Tower lays dormant and unfinished, like it was chewed up and spit out by some dream-devouring creature. A Babylonian tower struck down by heaven, serving as a warning to us mere mortals, a husk of its former self. Bay Lagoon. The searchlight beams, a stairway to its empty void. We gaze upon the night sky. Every stray beam of starlight is proof the star exists. There's a very real place where these thoughts and feelings are coming from. These are not the words of an 18-year-old character in a video game. These are the words of an older Japanese person reflecting on the asset price bubble and the economic fallout that its bursting unleashed. For those who don't know, the asset price bubble was an economic event that took hold in Japan throughout the 1980s. Economic bubbles aren't specific to Japan and can happen in any country's economy. But in the case of Japan's asset price bubble, real estate and stock market values were greatly inflated. This led to a fever of market activity, as well as an increase in money supply and credit expansion. The Bank of Japan played fast and loose with monetary policies, allowing easier access to loans and credit with over-speculation of stock prices and real estate values driving financial deals. Being flush with cash and easy loans, the manufacturing, automotive, and technology sectors flourished, leading to many Japanese innovations. There were even fears at the time that the Japanese economy would overtake the US as #1 in the world. The thing about bubbles, though, they always burst. And that's just what happened in 1990. All of this unmitigated spending and cash flow could never sustain itself. The Japanese real estate industry and stock market crashed, leading to what the Japanese would call Ushinawarata Junen, the lost decade, an economic stagnation that continued well beyond the 90s. Ushinawarata Nijunen, Ushinawarata Sanjunen, the lost decades. The phenomenon continues to this day. This idea of loss is something that's so easy to read in a lot of media that came out of Japan in the 90s. An optimism snuffed out, a bright future destroyed. And where do you go in the aftermath? Racing Lagoon takes place in 1999, well into the lost decade, and with no end in sight to the stagnation of the economy. Even outside of Japan, though, the late 90s were marked by paranoia and uncertainty. Sure, on the surface we were all squeaky clean and full of optimism, rad clothing, bright colors, Lisa Frank folders for days. But just like every decade's smiling facade, something more troublesome and uncomfortable was churning beneath. We were on the cusp of a new millennium. And it may seem silly when you look back on it now, but there was a sentiment baked into our minds that we might not make it out of the last decade of the 20th century unscathed. I don't want this to come off as the ramblings of an old man, but I'm just trying to paint a picture for you here. It's probably almost unfathomable to some of you, but the 90s was a time when home computers and the consumer internet were still in their relative infancy. It was well before smartphones, before most families even had a computer in their home. Not everyone had internet access, and there were still a lot of questions about its purpose and its place in society. Hell, people actually believed that the Y2K bug would wipe out civilization, cause planes to
remember
fall from the
that.
sky, send us into a new dark age. I remember being like 13 years old, not being too concerned about it honestly, but hearing about it enough in my own teenage daily life to comment at the stroke of midnight on December 31st, 1999, January 1st, 2000, that, hey, guess everything's gonna be okay. What a f***ing idiot. But no, yeah,
Yeah,
we were
dude,
fine.
I was there
Computers
for
didn't
that
just die,
shit.
the world kept turning. But still, looking back at some of the media of the 90s, it's easy to see the fragility in the state of the world. The X-Files, Neon Genesis Evangelion, The Matrix, Serial Experiments Lane. I'm listing off popular American and Japanese media because that's what I know, but I'm sure there were others outside of those canons. Leave a comment. This kind of conversation could go off in many directions, but let's swing back around to Racing Lagoon. The fact that Sho uses the word mirage to describe the unfinished Bay Lagoon Tower, a concrete fantasy, a man-made mirage rising from the heart of the city, it's in direct opposition
Yeah,
to the mirage
you have
that
one
you could
day left
describe
on the
to
gold ship
represent her and
event,
Sho's dreams
which is
and
why
the
I'm
optimism of their
just
future. It's a
refreshing
powerful
to do her
juxtaposition.
shit
Howie, in
because
her
I never wanted to
conversation
in the
with Sho
first
near the cruise
place,
ship
but
also invokes the image of a mirage, describing the city as an illusion, a
kind of
dream,
need to.
just a reflection on the water. Sho feels as though
Because I'm
some
just
of the
passing
things
up
that are
free
happening to him
carrots
must
and
be a dream.
rewards.
Back to the hospital, shattering the dreamlike way that the events of Makoto's crash are presented, like another rock through the surface of water, Makoto's father arrives, frantic and dismayed at the news of his son's accident. He demands to see his son, and we get
Guilty
this
Gear is
shot
a story of what
slowly
happens if
fading in from a white
Y2K really
flash.
did go down.
Makoto's dim hospital room comes into focus. He's unconscious. IVs and breathing tubes protrude crudely from his body. An oxygen mask conceals his face. What have they done to you, Makoto? His father draws closer. Another fade to white. Sho and everyone else have been kicked out of the hospital by Makoto's family. They saw us as insects
That's
leeching off
crazy.
his life force. Oh, God. That line is a physical blow, and there's nothing any of them can do. I guess that wasn't too far off. We couldn't call ourselves human anymore, but we couldn't be insects either. Would an insect cry if it had seen what we've seen? Frustration, anger, and regret kept welling up in forms that we can't put into words or actions. These emotions find no outlet, no rest, no peace. We can't just push them away. We can't. Oh, thanks, title screen, for Christ. Let's just all take a moment to collect ourselves. Holy crap. I know the writing can be a bit heavy-handed at times, but I'm sure most of us can relate to being in a situation that we may or may not have caused and just being powerless to put things right. Frustration, anger, regret. It's heavy. I hope by now you can see that Racing Lagoon is striving to be more than just a goofy racing RPG. I mean, it's goofy for sure, and it's gonna get goofier. It's also going to get darker, and as you can tell if you look at the runtime of this video, we're just getting started. So if you'd like to experience this game for yourself, then I'd suggest you skip to this time or use the chapter select to jump ahead and get my spoiler-free final thoughts. If, however, you'd rather continue your journey through Racing Lagoon with me, then please continue watching.
Okay, so our story starts with a character called the Original, whose IQ was so immeasurably huge that he managed to discover the Backyard, which is a parallel dimension that governs everything that exists. Using this discovery, he decides to create a robot called the Universal Will, which is tasked with bringing true happiness to mankind, but it gets confused and becomes the main antagonist instead. Are you with me so far?
I mean, I was pretty convinced to play it a long time ago.
Actually happens, and every single electronic device in the world malfunctions in an event known as the Dawn of Revival, which plunges all of humanity into chaos. Fortunately, there were 5 geniuses known as the Apostles who knew that Y2K was going to happen and offered a new energy source, magic. A few years later, a researcher who at this point is only known as
magic.
Batman kickstarts the Gear project alongside his colleagues Frederick and Aria. It doesn't last very long. This
Frederick,
research
bad
team
guy.
entirely falls apart when that man uses the flame of corruption to turn Frederick into the prototype Gear. Meanwhile, in an effort to prevent the United States from militarizing Gear technology, that man decides to militarize Gear technology. The result of this is Justice, a mobile suit Gundam built on the body of Frederick's girlfriend with the ability to control any and all future Gears created. However, thanks to the Universal Will, Justice becomes evil and gathers an army of Gears to instigate a 100-year-long war against humanity called the Crusades. Her first mission is to convert all citizens of Japan into antimatter Gears to expand her army. That man looks at this and is like, oh shit, that's not good. And his solution is to blow up the entire country of Japan. After many years of battle, Kai Kisk's army, with the help of Frederick, who now goes by the name Soul Bad Guy, seals Justice inside a dimensional prison which puts an end to the Crusades. However, The prison only holds for about 5 years before weakening, which brings us to the very first Guilty Gear video game. In this game, Soul Bad Guy joins a tournament that is looking for the strongest fighters who can defeat Justice, but he discovers that the whole thing is a hoax orchestrated by a person of indistinguishable gender named Testament. Testament revives Justice using themselves as a sacrifice, and Soul starts throwing hands. Yeah, Soul kinda whoops Justice's mechanical ass. But remember, Justice was built on top of Soul's girlfriend, so now he just has to live with the fact that he took the life of his one true love. Sucks for him, I guess. And this brings us to our next game, Guilty Gear X.
Guilty Gear Zex.
What? Nothing happens in this one, but it does set the stage for Guilty Gear XX Accent Core Plus R, where Kai Kisk becomes one of the 3 kings for a fictional nation known as Illyria, and also falls in love with Justice's daughter, Dizzy. This leads directly into the 4th game in the series, Guilty Gear 2, Overture, where Kai and Dizzy have a son named Sin, but because Kai would rather be a king than raise a child, he gives his son to Soul Bad Guy. While out on a mission, Soul and Sin get attacked by an army of backyard creatures led by a woman named Valentine, who seeks to kidnap Dizzy and use her DNA to unlock the cube, which is a location in the backyard that allows any individual to control all of reality itself. Soon after, Sin experiences firsthand what it's like to have daddy issues, which causes him to run away in anger, but this backfires because Valentine kidnaps Sin and plans to use him to unlock the cube instead of Dizzy. Soul goes through a magical portal that takes him directly into the backyard and at the last second stops Valentine from entering the cube. Soul also manages to destroy the key to the cube, thus compromising Valentine's entire plan, putting an end to what would become known as the Baptisma 13 incident. Afterwards, Soul begins assembling a new weapon known as the Junkyard Dog from the pieces of a much more powerful weapon called the Outrage in the pachinko slot machine game called Guilty Gear Vast Edge XT, which takes place 3 months prior to the events of Guilty Gear Xrd Sign.
Damn, we go so far into the lore, we hit the fucking pachinko machines.
Captured by Soul, but then she reveals that she was only a decoy so that the leaders of the United Nations known as the Conclave can enact their true plan, which is to activate the cradle over the city of Babylon, causing an explosion and killing everybody. Why did they do that?
Fuck it.
Soul and Kai learn from an elite assassin named Zato-1 that the cradle is actually a teleporting spaceship which houses the Conclave itself, who have been warping back and forth between the backyard and reality this whole time. Apparently, the Conclave is planning to fuse their souls with the corpse of Justice and take over the world. The Conclave position themselves under a giant fucking lightning bolt and are ready to begin the revival process. But then Dizzy thwarts their operation with a magic thing. I would tell you what that magic thing is, but this is what I wrote in my notes, and I fucking wrote this shit and I have no idea what it means. Now, up to this point, I've neglected to mention this girl, named Elfelt. She literally just showed up to Kai's doorstep one day and has been chilling with the Soul Bad Guy crew ever since. Well, it turns out that she's actually evil and reveals herself to be a traitor, but not actually, because she was really being possessed by the Universal Will, who happens to be the Sanctus Maximus Populi known as Ariels, who is also known as the leader of the entire world. Next game. While all that shit's happening, a sexy magical witch lady named Ino awakens that man's newest creation, Jacko Valentine. Apparently, Jacko holds one half of the soul of a woman named Aria Hale, aka Soul Bad Guy's former girlfriend, who got turned into this asshole. Meanwhile, Soul and his team are on a mission to find and save Elfelt from the clutches of the Universal Will. He learns from that man that this whole time, the Universal Will's master plan was to fuse Elfelt with Justice in order to create an actual perfect human being. Doing so will bring about something known as the Absolute World, which is the result of 2 quantum particles appearing simultaneously within the backyard, causing both the backyard and reality to merge for a split second, thus leading to the end of the entire world. In the Guilty Gear universe, this phenomenon is what killed the dinosaurs. So yeah, we don't really want that. In addition to saving the world, that man also grants Soul an opportunity to revive his long-dead girlfriend Aria. Her soul currently resides in both Jacko and Justice, so if you combine the two, you get a whole-ass waifu. But this process is extremely risky and involves firing a giant laser directly at the both of them. So that's exactly what they do. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. The laser is just not strong enough, so they fire the laser directly at Soul so that he can use his weapon, the Junkyard Dog, to amplify the output of the laser just enough to finally complete the fusion process. With Justice destroyed and Arya revived, the crisis is averted, and the Universal Will is taken into custody. When the dust finally settles, Soul and That Man have one more meeting before parting ways. That Man, hiding away in the shadows for so long, finally takes off his hood and reveals himself to be a Catboy who goes by the name of Oscar R. Kreutz. And you know what that means? It's time for Guilty Gear Strive, bitches! 3 weeks after the events of Xrd, Ino breaks into the prison cell of the Universal Will and takes directly from her boobies a man named Happy Chaos. You see, at some point in time, Happy Chaos stole half of Ino's powers, which is why she wants him to give her powers back so she could become a god. Happy Chaos just thinks this would be really funny, so he agrees to work with her. Meanwhile, Asuka turns himself in to the United States government and is personally escorted by President Vernon to the White House, where he can go into hiding in the basement. He does this right before the G4 Summit event, which sounds like the title for a Smash tournament, but is actually an event where the top world leaders gather at the White House to discuss politics, and more importantly, where White House security is top-notch. Asuka needs this kind of security because he is currently protecting a very powerful magic book known as the Tome of Origin, which Ino needs in order to become a god. Meanwhile, Happy Chaos and Ino determine that since Soul Bad Guy has saved the world on multiple occasions, they should probably find a way to prevent him from doing that. Fortunately for them, Happy Chaos has prepared a trump card, a samurai vampire named Nagoriyuki, who's hidden directly underneath this residential apartment building. He could just walk in and make his way to the basement, or moving on, Ino then lets herself get caught by the police, which was part of their plan, but pretty much everybody finds it a little suspicious that this all-powerful character got arrested by a bunch of nobodies, so they're going to have Soul present at the White House for extra security just in case Ino is planning something. But none of that matters, because when G4 actually begins, Happy Chaos mind controls all of the White House guards to be under his command, and now the White House is completely defenseless. Happy Chaos walks into the G4 meeting room and politely asks President Vernon to take him to where Asuka is located. Luckily, Soul rushes in and punches Happy Chaos in the face, and then he books it out of there alongside the president. Happy Chaos then says fuck it and decides to activate a previously classified government project known as Tir Nanog, spelled like this, which reveals that the White House is actually a giant floating airship, which is now en route to crossing the borders of Old Mexico, potentially leading to the White House getting shot down and starting a war. It suddenly dawns on Asuka that the amount of knowledge and magical power required to perform all this crazy shit can only lead to one truth. Happy Chaos is actually the creator of magic himself, the original.
Gasp.
Meanwhile, Baiken is plotting her revenge against Happy Chaos for killing her friends and family all those years ago during the Crusades, which attracts the interest of this small 12-year-old girl named Delilah, whose brother was also killed by Happy Chaos *, and wants to help Baiken kill the man. Baiken doesn't exactly condone 12-year-olds conducting assassination attempts, so Delilah leaves to take revenge by herself and attempts to teleport straight to Happy Chaos, but fails and inadvertently creates a super high-density info space bubble directly above a massive city that can explode at any moment. Baiken is in the middle of assessing the situation when she is met with Ramlethal, who's a good girl now and was actually appointed to be the head of the Illyrian Brigade, all because she ate a burger. Baiken and Ramlethal enter a magical door portal which brings them on board an airship alongside May, April, Sin, and Faust. If there's any team that could prevent a crisis, it's this one. Using a very long rope, dragons, and a big door, the team manages to slice the info bubble in half, preventing the city from exploding and saving the lives of over 120,000 citizens. Baiken and Delilah completely give up on revenge, and Faust does, whatever that is. But who gives a shit about all that, because the city is saved, and with that crisis out of the way, let's go ahead and check back in on the White House. What is he doing? The US Pentagon decides that the only solution to stop the White House from entering Mexico is to shoot it down, but they can't do that until Soul, Vernon, and Asuka are escorted off the aircraft. Conveniently, the room that Asuka is currently occupying is actually an escape pod, so Soul and Vernon start heading down there, and along the way, Vernon reveals himself to be a cyborg. Asuka attempts to use his epic magic skills to redirect the White House away from Mexico, but is interrupted when Happy Chaos telepathically instigates a magic duel to the death. At first, Happy Chaos appears to get absolutely bodied, but then he's like, wait a second, I'm a god. and then proceeds to go absolutely sicko mode on Asuka's ass. Meanwhile, Sol and Vernon end up running into Nagoriyuki, who has just been chilling in the White House this whole time. Sol takes this as an opportunity to get Nagoriyuki to tell him what Happy Chaos's weakness is, but then accidentally kills him in the process. Whoops! Still, they manage to make it to the escape pod, but upon opening the door, Happy Chaos teleports inside and locks himself in with Asuka. But then Asuka comes out with his Uno reverse card all like, fuck you, I was never actually in the escape pod, bitch! They eject Happy Chaos off the White House and redirect the airship to safety. Crisis averted yet again. Phew! Glad that's over. But suddenly, the tone shifts as Asuka decides it's finally time to rid the world of Sol Bad Guy. He removes the flame of corruption from Sol, leaving behind but an ordinary man, Frederick Bulsara. The curtains finally close on a story 23 years in the making, and a dawn of a new mankind shall begin. But wait, because it turns out that the Happy Chaos that was ejected from the airship was fake, and actually just some random guy that looked like Happy Chaos, while the real Happy Chaos was just sitting there, chillin'. Happy Chaos takes directly from Asuka's boobies the Tome of Origin, which allows Ino to finally transform into a god and do literally anything she wants. And the worst part is, Sol can't do shit about it because he's just a regular dude now. The first thing Ino does with her newfound godhood is reenact the end of Evangelion. Which, I mean, fair enough. I would probably do the same thing if I were a god. But then she says that, with the flame of corruption no longer implanted in anyone, the only thing that can defeat her now is its counterpart, the Scales of Juno. But who the hell is implanted with the Scales of Juno? Well, the Scales of Juno were originally implanted into Justice, but with the power of family trees, bullshit, God, and anime, the Scales of Juno were miraculously passed down genetically to none other than Kai Kisk.
What?
Kai, with the necessary tools in hand, confidently stands up to Ino and prepares himself to protect the entire world in the ultimate battle of
I guess
man
that's why he has
versus
Dragon
God.
installed. Oh, okay. Oh, that makes much more
After
sense.
all hope seems lost, President Vernon comes strolling out with a bin of nuclear batteries capable
Yeah, I
of
was like, I was
obliterating
wondering why he
the
has
entire
Dragon
world.
installed in
Which will
Strive.
kinda just
I guess that's
lying
how.
around in the Oval Office? Okay then. Surprise, Nagoriyuki is not actually dead, and conveniently tells Sol that Ino's weak point is in her right hand. Using this knowledge, Sol fucking machine guns those nuclear batteries all over Ino's right palm, completely eviscerating her from this planet and finally putting an end to the stupid-ass, overly complicated storyline. The story ends with everyone doing their own thing. Sol starts building rocket ships in his backyard, Kai gives up on being a king, Happy Chaos comes back somehow, and Asuka pursues his new goal and true intentions throughout the entire series, starting his own Spotify podcast.
I will now begin my first radio broadcast.
What?
This is all new to me, so I'm afraid I may not be very eloquent.
That's crazy. Alright. Part 2, I guess.
Okay, general consensus from the comments of the last video went something along the lines of, wow, Steven, great job on the video. Only problem is, what about all these assholes? Great question. You see, during the Crusades, Sol Bad Guy saves the life of a young boy named Cliff Underson, which inspires Cliff to eventually join the Sacred Order of Holy Knights, later becoming the Order's leader because he's fucking jacked. Later on, both Kai Kisk and Sol Bad Guy join the Holy Order under Cliff's command. Shortly after joining, Sol decides to steal one of the Order's sacred weapons, known as the Fire Seal. But then Kai walks in and is like, hey, what the fuck, man? But then Cliff walks in and is like, nah, it's chill, I was gonna give it to him anyways. With this, Sol is forced to desert the Holy Order. But trust me, this is not the last we'll see of Holy Order Sol. This brings us to the end of the Crusades. Justice is sealed, the Holy Order disbands, and Cliff retires. Meanwhile, local British man living in the 20th century named Axel Lowe is literally just chilling out one day until he is inexplicably thrown 200 years into the future. Apparently people usually die when this happens, but Axel survives because,
Magic.
reasons. Axel doesn't exactly want to be in this new timeline since his beloved girlfriend Megumi is currently waiting for him back home, so he searches for a way to return to his original timeline. He nearly gives up until he stumbles upon a tournament that promises the winner to get anything they wish for. This tournament draws tons of interest from many different people, including Assassin's Guild leader Zato 1, who was arrested after his fellow assassin Melia Rage completely abandoned him during a high-risk mission. Zato is special because he actually performed a forbidden magic spell that gives him a funny little shadow friend named Eddie, but unfortunately, Eddie decides to take control over Zato's body mid-tournament, which eventually kills him. Rough. Another significant character in this tournament is Potemkin, who was born in an airborne country called Zep. You know, because those just exist now. Unfortunately, Zep engaged in copious amounts of corruption and forced Potemkin to live as a slave soldier until he was approached by Sergeant Gabriel, whom he joined forces with to lead a revolution to establish Zep as a democratic society. Next, we have Dr. Baldhead, who had previously wound up in a malpractice incident where his patient, a young girl, passed away on the operating table, which turned him into a mad prolific serial killer. By the end of the tournament, Dr. Baldhead realizes, oh shit, I forgot, I'm a doctor. So he renames himself to Faust and actually tries to do his job properly this time. Also present at the tournament is Cliff Underson, who finds out about Justice's
Almost
revival.
done.
So
No
he
more
confronts
goal ship
the
after
newly
this.
resurrected Justice and takes her on in battle. But unfortunately, he's old, and he dies. Eventually, Soul Bad Guy utterly destroys Justice, leading into the events of Guilty Gear Zex. The premise of this game revolves around a bounty worth the hefty sum of 500,000 world dollars to destroy
God,
the
I
most
would
powerful
Zex
gear in
Dizzy
existence,
so
Dizzy,
fucking
which
hard.
fails because A, she's too powerful, and B, she's not even doing anything. In fact, she's actually a pretty nice fellow, but for some reason they award the bounty to Jam Karadabari, who didn't even fight Dizzy, by the way, and she uses the money to fund a restaurant, which burns down 2 weeks later. This whole game was just a net zero. Now we move on to the events of Guilty Gear X2 Sharp Reload, which is a game I completely forgot about last time and nobody noticed. And for good reason, because all that happens in this game is Eno nearly kills Soul Bad Guy, causing her to get punished by that man, and then that man tells Soul, oh boy, something bad's gonna happen in the next game. Woo! We now move on to Accent Core, which is not the next game in the franchise. It's actually the same game as X2 Sharp Reload, but with a continuation of the storyline. Here, Eno decides to make another attempt to kill Soul Bad Guy, because she believes it's what that man wants, even though she was just punished 20 seconds ago for doing exactly that. Her plan is very simple. Step 1, teleport Soul to whatever the hell this place is. Step 2, bring Holy Order Soul from the past into the present, and step 3, watch the two Soul Bad Guys kill each other. Eno lands the final blow on Order Soul with the ingenious plan of pulling some grandfather paradox bullshit on present Soul, but then Soul is just thrown back into the present, completely unharmed, talks to Kai for a bit. That's a little awkward. That man is just about done with Eno pulling this bullshit, so he brings along Anji Mito, a Japanese dude who's hanging with that man because he wants to know why that happened. Together, the two freeze Eno in time, preventing her from doing anything evil ever again. Anji is strolling around when he runs into a guy named Chip Zanoff. You see, Chip lived much of his life as if it were Breaking Bad, until some guy named Tsuyoshi got him clean, taught him the art of ninjutsu, all before getting murdered by the Assassin's Guild shortly thereafter. What a fucking sentence. Chip tries to get revenge on the Assassin's Guild for a while, but that never really did anything for him, so instead he decides to become the president. He goes around telling people to vote for him until Anji tells him, "Bro, what are you doing? Our country doesn't even hold elections!" Meanwhile, Eddie realizes that Zato's decomposing, rotting corpse does not provide him with enough nutrients to continue using him as a host. I guess he didn't think that one through very well. Eddie looks for a new host, but he ends up dying in the process, leaving leadership of the Assassin's Guild to Zato's second-in-command, Venom. Also, many characters in this game are investigating an organization known as the Post-War Administration Bureau. Now, that storyline doesn't really matter at all, but they do create Robo-Kai, and he becomes very important later. Speaking of later, this brings us to Guilty Gear Xrd Sign. Here we see Slayer, a sexy vampire dilf who was the original founder of the Assassin's Guild. He finds out that Zato 1 was actually resurrected from the dead by the Conclave as an experiment for potentially reviving justice. Slayer relays to Faust about Zato's resurrection, and also tells him that the malpractice incident responsible for his downfall was actually staged by the Conclave, who hired Zato 1 to orchestrate the incident. This is because the operation that Faust was planning to perform that day held the secret to reviving the dead, which would have compromised the Conclave's plans irreparably. Soon after, Faust is approached by Johnny, the leader of the Jellyfish Pirates, who previously noticed that one of his crewmates, May, has been getting some strange headaches, so Faust gets to work in finding a cure. Johnny goes back to check up on May, but when he gets home, he realizes that she's gone missing. Where did she go? It turns out that May actually ran off to go fight Ramlethal Valentine. You know, the girl who declared war on all of humanity. Along the way, May runs into Chip, who's doing pretty well for himself now. He quite literally walked into a lawless part of South Africa and said, "Yup,
yeah,
this
I've
is mine
noticed
now," and
you're
that's
out
how the
there. I
Eastern
was
Chip
talking
Kingdom
about
was
you
born.
yesterday.
After
You're
the
getting
two
too much
somehow
ass
defeat
instead of
Ramlethal, they meet up with
fucking
Johnny and Faust, and May
training
finally starts
Oomers.
receiving treatment. Meanwhile, Assassin's Guild members Melia, Slayer, and Venom are having a meetup regarding their crazy intel on the Conclave. The guild agrees that they should deliver the intel to Kai, so the assassins set off to go find him. But at that moment,
something
the
like
team
that.
gets ambushed by one of the most powerful characters in the entire franchise, Bedman. Bedman whoops all of their asses before teleporting everyone to the Jellyfish Pirates, where he quickly knocks out Faust for knowing too much. Bedman almost wins here, but then Zato shows up and he's forced to retreat. So Zato goes to Zep to relay his information to Kai, until Bedman starts tearing through Zep, but then Sergeant Gabriel shows up and he's forced to retreat. So Gabriel goes off to help destroy the cradle until Bedman shows up and starts ruining everything. But then Leo, Whitefang, and Johnny show up and he's forced to retreat. Skipping to after the destruction of the cradle, we now move on to Exord Revelator, where Faust looks into May's illness and discovers that the disease actually just straight up turns Japanese people into gears that explode. So naturally, Faust is a bit hard-pressed into finding a cure. He, alongside Johnny and like a million other characters, all work towards protecting the Japanese, including Kum Hae-hyun, who despite their appearance is
Actually a cute
not
girl.
a buff badass old man, but is actually a teenage girl inside of a mech suit of a buff badass old man. Just thought I'd mention that. Meanwhile, Ino is no longer frozen in time. I don't know why, they never explained it. Ino is chasing after Jacko when she runs into Axel, who is still trying to return to his original timeline and see his girlfriend Megumi again. The two of them work together to find Jacko, who then proceeds to give both of them a healthy dose of existentialism. Jacko explains that Ino was created during the Crusades as the result of humanity's collective hope for better days condensing into a single point in the backyard. Did you get all that? Great, we're moving on. Jacko then reveals to Axel that if he goes back to his original timeline, he'll quite literally erase the entire Guilty Gear world around him. So essentially, the guy who can destroy the entire world with a decision and the man that the universal will fears the most is the British guy wearing fucking jorts. Soon after, Jacko teleports back to base with a guy named Raven. There they talk about how there's another unfinished Jacko unit named, get this, Happy Chaos. Not to be confused with this guy, he was actually eavesdropping on their conversation the whole time and loved the name Happy Chaos so much that he just took it for himself. In other words, there's two Happy Chaoses. Have fun sleeping with that knowledge tonight. Now let's talk about Raven. He was actually a medieval German soldier who died but then became immortal for some reason. So he tried using his powers to make the world a better place. But then people took his powers for granted and blamed him for all their problems. Now Raven is just a masochist who hangs out with that man. Cool. Meanwhile, the Assassin's Guild is not very happy that they got their fucking asses beat last game, so Venom and Robo-Kai go on a mission to kill Bedman. At first, Bedman seems to be invincible, but it turns out that whenever Bedman is awake, his brain just completely collapses under the weight of his own intelligence. So Robo-Kai blows himself up, and Venom launches a giant pool cue at the guy, forcing Bedman to wake up, leading to his death. With Bedman finally defeated, Venom decides to open a bakery. Meanwhile, Axel is still trying to decide if he should destroy the world and go back home to Megumi. So he goes around asking for opinions from Soul, Ino, and even Bedman at one point on what they would do if he decided to do that. To which they respond, please don't, so Axel decides to live forever alone. But he does come in clutch during the final Jacko and Justice fusion by stopping time, single-handedly allowing Soul to revive Arya. This brings us to Strive. I already went over most of it in the last video, but I did leave a few gaps, so let's fill those in now. Starting with Zato and Melia, who have disbanded the Assassin's Guild in favor of working for the Illyrian government. Melia just kinda stands there, and Zato works at a computer throughout the whole duration of the story. I don't know how. He's blind. There was also that one time where Happy Chaos launched every missile ever, so then Zato went out, destroyed like one of them, and then came right back. So it didn't really help at all. Anyways, no one cares about that. Remember when I said Arya was revived? Yeah, so while by all means she should have been revived, it turns out her consciousness still remained dormant within Jacko throughout the events of Strive. By the end of the story, Jacko reveals that Arya is never coming back. Well shit, all that work for nothing, I guess. Meanwhile, Axel discovers that he could just bring Megumi into his current timeline by simply swapping places with her. But the only problem is that if he swaps with her, he's not going to be able to see her, which kind of defeats the purpose of doing that. However, as Ino gets completely machine gunned by Soul Bad Guy, she decides to do the Megumi swap at the last second and finally, at long last, reunite Axel with his girlfriend. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Finally.
Go.
After the events of the story, Kai decides to step down from being the king of Illyria, welcoming a non-human leader to take his seat. Who is this new leader? I don't know, they haven't told us yet, but what matters is that Kai does this so that Gears could potentially gain the right to citizenship. This is essentially where the main story leaves off. But let's have a look at the Strive arcade mode storylines. Most of these storylines are either just training arcs or Nagoriyuki's therapy sessions, but let's just focus on the two most interesting ones. First, we have Bridget. I can make a whole video on Bridget, honestly. Bridget was born as the younger of a set of twin boys. Unfortunately, she was also born to a village that fucking murders younger twin boys due to a superstition. So her parents decide to raise her as a girl to prevent her from being killed. Bridget, thinking that this superstition is bullshit, goes off on a journey to live as a boy and prove them bitches wrong. Fast forward a few years later, she succeeds. But she's also depressed, as she never really liked living as a boy to begin with. She goes to Kai and asks, hey Kai, when you called on the world to support Gear citizenship rights, weren't you afraid that people on Twitter would take your story and twist it all up stop taking it out of context and trying to maliciously convince everyone that what you explicitly said you are is not actually what you are? Brisket, if you wanted me to call you by she, her pronouns, you could have just said so. What the hell is that noise?
It took me 10 years to find the answers of me. I forgot about it in 2 seconds. I don't have anything that's really important to me. That's why everything is beautiful.
Can you tell who my favorite character is? Following the Strive story mode, Happy Chaos gets locked inside of a paradox alongside Eno. Any normal person would just be stuck there forever. But Happy Chaos knows a way out. How this works is...
Demi-humans transcend genetics, physics, and... But plain like you knew I do have a birthmark on my butt.
Okay, to keep things simple, Nagoriyuki transcends physics and time, allowing him to subconsciously access parallel universes, which grants Happy Chaos the ability to follow Nagoriyuki's memories.
Shit, we're getting into
the main
fucking
Guilty Gear
PUs
timeline.
like this is
why
fucking
Happy
Mario
Chaos comes back
64.
in the story's post-credit scene, even though he was seemingly eviscerated along with Eno. Happy Chaos also teases the possibility that he's gonna play the hero in whatever conflict happens next. And given that he has access to fucking parallel universes now, the future of Guilty Gear's storyline is nothing short of fucking terrifying. And that's about it for Guilty Gear's story. Now there are no more gaping plot holes or unexplained characters. On an unrelated note, here's a list of all the gaping plot holes and unexplained characters that I unfortunately couldn't fit into this video. Anyways, hopefully the next lore video isn't nearly as complicated as Guilty Gear. Oh, you son of a...
Well, that one will be even worse.
Okay, buddy, have a fun time at the petting zoo. Goodbye, my son.
Bye, Dad. Okay, y'all, let's gather around to pet our first animal. Now, this is called a llama, and his name is Carl.
Oh, shit. Okay, buddy, have a fun time at the petting zoo. Goodbye, my son.
Bye, Dad. Okay, y'all, let's gather around to pet our first animal. Now, this is called a llama, and his name is Carl.
Oh, shit. Okay, buddy, have a fun time.
Is it because he's a
pet
pedophile? I'm confused. Oh, wait. Oh, llama with hats. Never mind. Yeah. Yeah, fucking llama was with hats. Yeah, I remembered. I just had to think, Carl! And I was like, oh, yeah. Should probably make sure you finish the fucking gold ship event, because that's just, you know, some carrots and a lot of fucking mats. And you have like a day. Damn, dude, holy shit, it's actually like another hour and a half of fucking story. I didn't think the story of this rando ass racing game would go on that long in a YouTube video, especially because it's being fucking condensed.
We'll get through this together. The third night begins with Sho describing a nightmare he had of driving through a fiery hellscape. Even though it was awful, he wishes he could have stayed dreaming, because anything is better than waking up to the reality of Makoto's crash. Over at Honmoku Wharf, the night racers hang out. Sho confronts the Ishikawa brothers. Why do you keep going on about shows and showtimes? Are you serious, Sho? It's an expression. You don't know this? Sho can enter a special race against the Ishikawa brothers around Honmoku Wharf, which, as I mentioned earlier, is a tough track to learn. And at this point, your car may not even be upgraded enough to keep up with them. Mine wasn't. Luckily, there's no pesky time limit in this chapter, so I rode around and did some UORs, as well as regular street races to improve my car. Eventually, I managed to win, but they're pretty sore losers, telling Sho that Makoto's crash was his fault. And Shinsuke says an interesting line here. We didn't have jack to do with it. Huh. Anyway, after dealing with those two, Sho can check on Makoto's crash site, which probably very uncoincidentally took place near the unfinished Bay Lagoon Tower. Police are still at the crash site, with debris from the accident all over the ground. Sho decides to visit Iki to see how he's doing, and maybe get some emotional support. Iki lives in the F's mansion. Mansion being the Japanese word for slightly higher quality apartments in a bigger building or apartment complex, as opposed to apato, cheap apartments in smaller buildings. Then of course there are the words that Japanese use for what we in English would refer to as mansions. Yashiki, yakata, teitaku, daiteitaku. The list goes on. Anyway, Sho swings by Iki's apartment, but instead of finding Iki, he encounters Aoi Kawashima, who hands over a rear diffuser that Iki wanted him to have. Wow, that was just lying.
Just hands it over?
Turns out Iki is hanging around the church near Harborview Park, and he and Sho have a heart-to-heart. Iki reveals that even he has doubts about street racing, which actually makes Sho feel a lot better. Iki then brings up Yokohama's fastest legend.
Yeah,
the guy
homeboy
who
lives
pulled
in
off a
Japan,
full
he
throttle turn in
says.
5th gear around the Tama River corner, don't you know? Everyone told the same story about him. He's a crazy driver.
Crazy taxi!
Iki declares that he's going to surpass the legend and find out what lies beyond speed, and he's taken Sho with him. I froze up. Iki's jacket had worn out from rubbing against the seat of his car. It spoke to the truth in Iki's words. Whatever it takes. I'll be right there, on his tail. From somewhere within, I hear the cry of an engine. Quickly, it fades into the sound of my heartbeat. But I'm sure it's there. The different pre-rendered backgrounds that transition through this scene, the shades of blue, purple, then mako green, it's all pretty spectacular. A few nights pass before the 4th night begins, and I really like this title card, so I'm just going to let this one play. On the 4th night,
Sick
or
jam
rather,
now.
just before the 4th night, as the sun is setting, which adds a nice ambiance to things, Iki has gathered the rest of the Bay Lagoon team together. He's holding a shard from Makoto's shattered taillight like a piece of materia. Iki tells the rest of the Bay Lagoon team about the recently announced Yokohama Grand Prix, an event organized by Wantec Corporation, a car parts manufacturer whose headquarters is based in North Yokohama. The Yokohama GP is specifically aimed at street racers with a chance to win a spot on a professional racing team. The organizers have already given Iki his place, but there's one more spot open. Feeling like this is just what they need to refocus themselves after the tragedy with Makoto, the Bay Lagoon drivers are going to have a team race tomorrow to decide who will get the final spot in the GP. They then have a friendly race on the local Bay Lagoon short course. This is also a nice visual change of pace since we get to see parts of the city during the daytime. Of course, Sho has some existential ponderings to go along with this event, mostly focus on this new glimmer of hope that's been brought into their lives. Afterwards, the team go their separate ways as a radio announcer talks about a meteor shower happening tonight, Starfall Night. Nothing really ends up coming from this comment, which is a shame. While this is going on, a new street racing team pulls into the Bay Lagoon Wharf, Sakuragicho GT from North Yokohama, a bunch of punks who speak with typos and New York-style mafia accents before dispersing through the streets. There's an optional event here where Sho can track down these guys and race them. Their cars have a red arrow above them, and they can be found in different parts of the city. Sho heads to GS Mileage and finds Kyoji looking
I can't imagine
unusually stern.
speaking
The
in
Yokohama
literal
GP is great news
typos.
for all the delinquents on the team who can spend their nights racing, but for working stiffs like Kyoji, it's difficult to fit in practice time. He then tells Sho that he used to have a brother who raced, which began his own interest in racing. I wanted to know, what it was that stole my brother from us. Kyoji very subtly reveals to Sho that his brother isn't among the living anymore, and the writing here is very good at slowly working its way toward that truth. Kyoji feels like his brother is telling him to quit trying to race after him, but he's determined to keep going, especially with the Yokohama GP on the horizon. After the conversation with Kyoji, it's time to hunt down some of these Sakuragicho GT goons. One of them is parked out front of the unfinished Bay Lagoon Tower. Before the race with him, he informs Sho that his father died in the construction of the tower, and that there were a series of freak accidents during the final days of development. The higher-ups in charge of the project blamed it all on the bubble economy, and swept all the incidents under the rug. All I see when I look at this tower is one big gravestone. The eyesores popping up on the city skyline has been a line we've heard before, and the Marine Tower isn't even spared when Sho visits it on this night. The closest you'll get to the stars. That's the Hackney slogan that was used to market this monolith. The Marine Tower is shining brighter tonight. Their propaganda must be getting to me. As you can tell, I'm really fascinated by the way Racing Lagoon paints the city, seemingly reveling in its twilight beauty, but at the same time disdainful of its grandeur and decadence. It feels very cyberpunk in this way. I love it in any piece of media when there are these contrasting and clashing signals happening in its presentation and storytelling. It just creates a lot of interesting tension. When Sho stops by Chinatown, he finds a couple other members of Sakuragicho GT complaining that the Motomachi Queens refuse to race with them. Yui, the Motomachi Queen's leader, is mad that Tetsuji, the leader of Sakuragicho GT, has sent his underlings and hasn't come himself to race her. When Sho arrives, the girls agree to race, and there's another tournament on the tight streets of Chinatown. In the first race, I totally forget the course and turn the opposite direction in the second turn, but still managed to beat my opponent. So there you go, proof that you can just overpower your car to take the win a lot of the time. After the tournament, the Queens and Sakuragicho GT roll out to North Yokohama, and that's exactly where this night is headed. On previous nights, the on-ramp to the highway has been closed for construction, but now it's open. So Sho jumps on the K1 Yokohane, coming to a dead stop after merging onto the highway. Smart. The highway leads to a new overworld map. As soon as Sho arrives, he's blockaded by members of Sakuragicho GT who funnel him toward their home base. Welcome to the Zero Yon, drag races. Named so because we're racing from 0 to Yonhyaku, or 400 meters. These are the races that the Sakuragicho team specialize in, and after finishing this initial stint against them, Tetsuji, their leader, will become a host for unofficial races at this home base. Now you have the freedom to explore North Yokohama. The map is slightly smaller than the south side of the city, but there are still plenty of places to check out. There's a new gas station and tune shop, Wantech headquarters is here, Yokohama Station, Landmark Tower, as well as a couple other spots for unofficial races. Then there's the Nampa Chicane, Nampa being the Japanese word for hit-on, or pickup. In this case, guys try to drive smoothly through the tight corners here to impress the ladies watching on the sidewalks and in the park nearby. And then there's Kenzo, smashing into every turn. This dude's like Itsuki, the main character's best friend in Initial D. It's the same exact character type. Sho can also take on the chicane, and this isn't a race, but a minigame done on the overworld. Freddy here, who's actually the leader of another racing team in North Yokohama that we'll meet in a bit, is an American driver who has a very American way of speaking Japanese. Sorry, samurai, I hear the Asian honey's calling for me.
I've been doing early streams.
Can I get this dialogue box framed, please? I want to hang it on my wall. Anyway, Freddy demonstrates how this minigame works. You need to drive through this series of corners as close to the corner as you can without hitting it, but you also need to drive quickly. At each of the 5 corners, you'll be rated with a picture of a girl that ranges from super cute, pretty cute, to, yeesh. My first time through the course added up to me meeting this specimen.
Jesus
I love
Christ.
that this scene has the horror music from
Is that
before.
fucking
She gives you a
Uncle
muffler
Red?
that she made herself. That actually lowers the performance of your car. Freddy even comments, "So that's your type. Hey, whatever floats your boat. Sayonara, Akasaki-san." Driving the chicane perfectly will get you a meeting with Yumi Uehara, who will give you a rare part on each night that you complete the minigame. It's honestly not that hard. You can even bump the barriers. As long as you get close enough to the corners and do the whole thing quick enough, you'll get the perfect score. It's a pretty neat side quest. Sho finds Kenzo again at Noname Park. I'm pronouncing it the Japanese way, but it could also be read as No Name Park, clearly a pun. Here, Kenzo reveals his insecurities to Sho. "I don't really do crowds. I tend to get pushed around in them. Why is everyone always in such a damn rush for anyway?" That sign says, watch out for perverts. You see that? Sometimes Sho just has perfect comedic timing. By the way, that watch out for perverts sign is real. You can find them in parks and on streets throughout a lot of residential areas in Japan. Great! Kenzo reveals that he always wanted to be an F1 driver when he was a kid. But Sho
I thought he was
brings him
gonna
back
say a
down to earth.
pervert.
Didn't you have big dreams when you were a kid? Instead of answering, Sho just muses to himself. I've lost them in the hustle and bustle of city life. I'm staying in my lane. Not stirring up trouble. Not chasing any danger. Sho, you do illegal street racing every night. What the hell are you talking about not stirring up trouble or chasing any danger? The last place to check out in North Yokohama for tonight is the Takashima Wharf, home to the Takashima Victory Road, or VR racing team, led by Freddie Roberts, whom we met earlier in the evening at the Namba Chicane. He isn't here just yet,
have
but one of
nothing
his
no more.
underlings explains how the unofficial races here work. It's a one-on-one race to the edge of the pier. You only get one chance to brake, and whoever is closest to the edge without taking a dunk in the water wins. It takes quite a bit of messing around with your car's setup and figuring out when to brake to win these races, but they're pretty fun once you get the hang of them. I love the loading screen message here too. You're allowed to fall into the water, but if you do, you're a capital L loser. Cool and hot guys embrace danger. Right on. After finishing up here, the night ends back in South Yokohama at the Bay Lagoon team's home base. We then get a scene that takes place deep into the night. Kyoji desperately practices his racing, saying he's not good enough and needs to go even faster.
Look, dude.
The fifth night starts with a
Alright,
recurring
you know
dream
what?
of Sho's where
Hold
he
up.
finds himself
Where
at the bottom of
is-
the ocean.
Let me find this. Fucking. I gotta sit up. Alright. This is hard because what the fuck is Chicken Run? I'm just gonna assume this is
ブレ
it.
ーキを踏まないから助かった。あの夜、資金ランか。
Fucking Akagi just plays chicken and he's like, yeah, fuck you. I'm not gonna stop. He just keeps going right over the
明ら
cliff
かに相手に有利なように仕組まれていた。第一に、
to win the game of
ブレー
chicken.
キポイントを奴らは熟知していた。そして第二に、奴らは右側の車を選択していた。
Ever since seeing this forever ago, I'm like, yeah, if I ever play chicken, I'm just going, dude. Fuck you. I'm going right into the drink.
左側は右側が邪魔をしてそれができない。あらゆる条件が奴らに有利なように仕組まれていた。俺が勝つためにはこの勝負が成立している前提を覆すしかなかった。成立している前提？死にたくないという意識。俺はあの時死んでもいいと思っていた。ブレーキを踏む気は鼻からなく、当然車は勢いよく飛び出した。実はあの断崖はある距離飛ぶと急激に海が深くなっていて、生地ブレーキを踏むよりずっと助かる降参が高い。だが相手は俺に気を取られ、飛び降りる時期を失い、しかもブレーキを踏んだ。
Fucking idiot.
当然岩場にぶつかりながら海へ。典型的自滅。
Yeah. Just don't be a bitch.
With a voice
Just hit the
calling his
fucking
name to
accelerator
pull him
and
out
keep
of
going.
unconsciousness. On this particular night, it's actually the ringing of his phone that wakes him. Kenzo's calling to tell Sho that something happened to Kyoji last night. Apparently, he and Keisuke
dude.
met at home.
I'm
with
trying
the
to
wharf.
kill
His younger
myself.
brother
You think I'm gonna
Shinsuke
press the
contacted
brake?
Kenzo about the Kyoji Keisuke meeting. Sho believes Shinsuke and Kenzo have some kind of kinship because they're both slow. Sho is left wondering what's up with Kyoji and Keisuke meeting and why the secrecy. I hope it isn't showtime.
Oh,
no,
shit,
like
it's
that, you can't
showtime.
forget about that dumb catchphrase. If Keisuke had something to offer Kyoji, what was it?
What
could
the
be worth
fuck is
being
wrong with my
him? Was
augury?
he tricked, forced, coerced? In any case, Kyoji and I have a race tonight. A race that's going to end in tears and heartbreak. For both of us. There's a lot of unofficial races you can take part in on the 5th night, spread throughout both South and North Yokohama. Rally races also open up on a track in North Yokohama. Another fun change of pace. Before heading north, though, if you stop over at Murooka's body shop, you'll find Yuka working there. She says she's training one day to become an automotive engineer. And what is she doing? Trying to find the balance on the gangly legs of her character model? Sho also catches a glimpse of Kyoji practicing for the Bay Lagoon team deciding race later tonight. Sho flashes his headlights, but Kyoji won't stop for him. Once again, Kenzo is making a fool of himself at the Nampa chicane and needs to be towed to the Noname Park. His car has an automatic transmission and he still managed to stall the thing out. In the park, Kenzo goes down the slide and he looks like a toddler
You
sitting in the sand.
stall an automatic.
Sometimes are just so bizarre. I love it. At Takashima Wharf, there are more chicken races to do, and during the last round, I think I get about as close to the edge as you possibly can without falling into the water. Anyway, the 5th night ends when Sho chooses the GP deciding race option while at Takashima Wharf. Kenzo tells Sho that this is going to be Kyoji's last race if he loses, and Keisuke apparently met with the Sakuragicho GT guys. Something's definitely up with that. The rest of the Bay Lagoon team show up together, minus Kyoji. When he finally arrives, he's looking pretty ragged. He had a blank, dull look in his eye. He didn't say a word. He just stared at me with those empty eyes. His gaze.
The fuck me eyes.
It scared me. The race begins and the loading screen says to beat Kyoji. Oh boy, if I beat this guy, he's gonna have a psychotic break. But the game won't progress unless you do that. My car was so upgraded at this point that I smoked the entire team. I even oversteered into a wall, crashed into another wall trying to spin around to correct myself, and still won by a country mile. I almost did it again at the same spot on the second lap. I even get to watch the first one on the replay as Sho monologues. So of course, Sho is going to be the second driver from Bay Lagoon Racing to compete in the Yokohama GP. Turns out Kyoji's engine overheated just as he crossed the finish line. I may have won just a moment ago, but at the same time it felt like I lost something. Something I might not have had to begin with. During the victory celebrations, Aoi Kawashima approaches Kyoji, which I thought was a bit strange at this point. And yes, it is a bit strange. 3 nights pass, and now it's the night before the Yokohama Grand Prix qualifying round. Night before D. The D stands for degenerates, because I can only imagine what the comments section of this video is going to be like. Kyoji hasn't been seen since the night of the deciding race, and Sho is still left wondering why he met up with Keisuke and what was up with him the other night. If you stop over at GS Mileage, you'll find the manager working there. He tells Sho that Kyoji didn't arrive for his shift, and wonders if he finally saved up enough money to tune up his car. The manager also mentions that Keisuke had dropped by a few nights ago to speak with Kyoji. Over at Yokohama Stadium, Sho finds Keisuke, who's modded his car to look like the Sakuragicho guys ones, with the big front spoilers and tall exhaust pipes jutting out from the sides. Tetsuji from Sakuragicho GT shows up, and the two drive off
initial
somewhere.
D.
Sho decides to follow them. This results in a race, and I guess they're all just shouting at each other from their cars
The
as they
D
drive
stands for
Drifto.
Drifto.
Bro, did you even see that race? I crashed twice and won by half the length of the track. Keisuke has his sights set on taking over the night
You would
racers
think
from
it's
Akira, and Sho is
dreams.
left wondering
An
why
obvious
Keisuke and
choice
Tetsuji
that
were
be
even
that is
meeting in the
drift,
first
but
place.
it's
Over on
actually
Graveyard
like,
Street,
you know,
there
the
are
most
two anonymous
obvious
drivers
choice
just
is
hanging
the
out,
right
talking
one.
about Keisuke's new ride. One of them mentions that he just spent a ton of money upgrading his old car, and now he's shown up in a brand new one, and he wonders if Keisuke made some kind of big connection somewhere. A little further down the street at Harborview Park, Akira and Iki are having a meeting, so Sho decides to eavesdrop. Akira mentions that Makoto isn't doing so hot in the hospital, and both of them agree to give it their all in the Yokohama GP in his honor. Over at Honmoku Wharf, the night racers are having their deciding race to see who gets to compete in the Yokohama GP. Keisuke lays out his plan to win and take the leader's role from Akira. Dude, what the f is up with your eyes? Even though this is supposed to be the night racers deciding race, Sho joins in. I guess you gotta give the player something to do. Anyway, I destroy everyone in the race, but Akira comes out on top for the night racer team. Sho is suspicious of Keisuke's plan, driving this new car that was clearly slower than his previous one, and much slower than Akira's car. Something is up. Over at the Bay Lagoon Tower, there's a mysterious driver.
She may not give you left-handed, but she'll give you a left-handy behind the fucking barn, so...
Sho's ears. He finally catches a glimpse of the car and thinks it's some kind of monster. Then it disappears into the night. In North Yokohama,
Could
the
be.
Sakuragicho GT team is also having its deciding race, and of course, Sho is going to join in. But then it turns out there won't be a race, because Tetsuji has already decided that he's the one going. What a dick. Kenzo is still making a fool of himself over at the Nampa chicane, but Yuka is here tonight. Whoops. She says she's learning the fastest trends for future clients, for when she becomes an engineer. She also evaluates Sho's car. It's alright. Okay, yeah, well, who asked you anyway? She then asks Sho to meet her at the usual spot later. Maybe if I feel like it. So macho. The usual spot is the Cosmic Big Wheel in South Yokohama, where we get another scene with Sho and Yuka. She says that Sho's changed. He actually has enthusiasm for things, whereas before he was just a boring piece of shit. I don't know what Sho she's talking about. There's some info you can pick up if you head over to Johnny's Cafe. A couple of people are talking about a rumor that Keisuke messed with Makoto's car just before the race with Sho. Considering what we know about Keisuke and the things he's already done, this comes as no surprise. At the end of the night, Sho gets a call from Kyoji, and dude has lost his freaking mind. He talks about hearing the voice calling to him, before abruptly hanging up. Then Sho is flashed by high beams as a car races up behind him. Sho follows and realizes that this is the car he saw driving around Bay Lagoon Tower in the darkness the night before. The car stops and Sho meets up with Kyoji, whose face is all sunken like he's been on a bender for the last week. God, it's actually scary. He's babbling about how he understands why his brother raced. He also warns Sho that the voice will find him one day. Then he begs Sho for one more race while he's still the friend he knows. Soon the voice will come. Sho mentions that he's seen this look before, but where? We haven't seen anyone like this up until now. It's a strange line. Sho has to race Kyoji in his monster car. The loading screen says it all. There's no going back. Those innocent days when we savored trite fun are over. This race takes place in a murky darkness that makes it difficult to see. There's no way to keep up with Kyoji. I think even if you've grinded and found all the best parts you can up until this point in the game, it's still impossible to win this race. That horrifying car, it was a monster machine, driven by a crazy driver. Kyoji slips off into the darkness and Sho is left alone, wondering what could have happened to his friend. There's not much time to ponder all of this though, because the Yokohama GP qualifying round has begun. The participants are introduced, and you get a chance to practice this circuit, since it's a special course that's only seen during certain events in the game. This one is going to put your driving to the test, as there are several tricky sections and this goddamn hairpin that I could never seem to get right, no matter how many times I drove this track. After some practice runs, it's time for the main event. You need to finish in the top 2 to advance the story. You start in the middle of the field, and by the second of 3 laps I had pulled into the lead, though I did drop down to last at one point because of my atrocious driving. After the qualifying, we get a scene inside the shady headquarters of Wantech, giving off heavy Shinra Inc. vibes with the visuals and music here.
Yeah, that's not like... Yeah.
Some
That's
suits
chill.
are watching replays from the event on a projector and speaking enigmatically about a new prospect. As they leave the room, one of them seems to turn to the camera and says,
Yeah, I don't know,
"That's
dude.
the upside of starting them young. They have so much room to grow, yeah?" Jesus Christ, I'm sorry to any German viewers. I'm sorry to everyone, actually. Meanwhile, the rest of the Bay Lagoon team is planning a victory party, but Sho stays out on the circuit, unable to pull himself away. He laments how tomorrow the streets of the track will return to the public, and all the physical marks of their race will be washed away. They are our legends, written in a language that only racers can recognize. Our very existence. The black brushstrokes that outline our victory. Sho also admits that he continues to drive around the track, hoping that Kyoji will show himself, but that never happens. He then gets a phone call from Yuka. Sho's too concerned about slagging off the victory party she's organized, but there's something desperate in her delivery. She tells Sho that they found Kyoji's car in the ocean. Kyoji is dead. The words literally spiral into darkness. Sho wonders what could have happened. An accident with another car? Suicide? There's a shot of the recovery. Kyoji 7 had plowed through a fence in the off-limits area of Bay Lagoon and fell straight into the sea. There were no signs that he even tried to brake. What was pulled out of the water was the distorted 7 that Kyoji drove the night before. Bathed in the glow of sunset, I could see what an unsightly machine it had become. Drops of seawater spilled from its strange curves, like tears. That's all I could see them as. There were so many unanswered questions surrounding his death. Suspicions began to well
Pretty
up in my
much.
gut. It wasn't just that Kyoji had died, but there was some inexplicable part of me that knew this would happen, ever since our strange meeting last night. Or even earlier, when I started to notice it. I had this feeling that we would lose him. If you thought all of this wasn't heavy enough, later that night, Makoto drew his last breath in his hospital bed. What? What? Oh, dude, what the? This part honestly shocked me. I was not prepared for it to be dropped at the same time that we find out about Kyoji's death. A suffocating blanket of rain clouds covered the sky, and a deep, heavy rain began to fall. We stood in the downpour and cursed at the sky, utterly lost. A road had been paved with death. How could we bear to continue on it? As the seventh night begins, the gang are gathered inside the gas station mileage. The rain is falling heavily, and they're all struggling to come to grips with the events that have just transpired. Yuka tries to cheer everyone up by showing off the newspaper article about the Yokohama GP qualifying results. However, Kenzo notices an article in the corner about Kyoji's crash, which sours the mood again. The article goes on to talk about the curse of Yokohama's fastest legend. 10 years ago, there were a series of street racing accidents, and Yuka wonders if there's some connection between what happened 10 years ago and what's going on now. It happens, you know? Sightings of ghosts out on the roads and psychic experiences. Are we about to get some real horror elements up in here? I'm loving this turn in the story. Kyoji spoke to me the night before. He said he could hear a voice. He said there was no escape from it, that it would come for me too. Iki shuts them all down though. Enough with this goddamn fantasy crap. That stupid legend and Kyoji's accident have squat to do with each other. At that moment, a car pulls into the gas station, and the driver gets his own title card and everything. Genji Kato of the Drift Dancers racing team out of Hakone. Sho describes this guy as a demon. Genji challenges Iki to a race, but Iki refuses. Something Sho can't understand. Street racers are supposed to accept any challenge that gets flung their way. So Sho takes up the mantle instead and races Genji down the highway. It's a fairly straight, rain-slicked road, so it's all about raw power, which Sho's car has in spades. After the race, Genji tells Sho to take a message back to Iki. Miharu is waiting for him in Hakone. Sho drives back to deliver the message, wondering what's waiting for them, and not being able to shake the sinister feeling that everything that's happening is connected. At Iki's apartment, Sho demands answers, and Iki tells him that there are some people in the street racing world that have crossed a certain line, and that line is the fear of death. If there was something that made us human, that fear would be it. But those people who race without the fear of death in their heart, they could hardly be called human. I've raced against someone like that. It was like being dragged into a world of darkness beyond the human limit. On the winding roads of Mount Hakone, there was a demon who lacked that fear, Miharu Koguchi, a street racer who carries the title, the Emperor of Hakone Pass, the only man who ever defeated me. I love the mythical nature that this game's story is taking on. Yes, we already have Yokohama's fastest legend, this almost fairy tale-like story that floats through the city streets, but now we're getting into more ancient territory, talking about demons that inhabit the mountains, something more primal and foreboding. Iki goes on to say that he and Miharu raced 2 years ago and fought over the title of Emperor. There's then a flashback to 3 p.m. March 14th, 1997 at the Street Racers Holy Grounds in Hakone. Iki and Miharu have their race and talk about their different philosophies on street racing. Miharu says he doesn't care about lap times and would even sacrifice his friends in a race just to continue driving. An SUV pulled into their path during this particular race. Iki braked hard, but Miharu continued on, unfazed by the other driver and Iki's need to swerve to avoid a collision. Miharu went on to win the race and become Emperor of Hakone, and Iki left for good. He hasn't returned to Hakone since. Back in the present, Iki informs Sho that Bay Lagoon Racing is going to take up the challenge. He's determined to have another race with Miharu and finish things. So the next night, Iki, Sho, Yuka, and Kenzo arrive in the mountain town, the third new area of the game. Hakone is a resort town on the western edge of Kanagawa Prefecture, a popular tourist spot known for its onsen resorts and excellent views of Mount Fuji. Much like how Sho's descriptions of Yokohama contain darker tones, his descriptions of Hakone lean into the folkloric. Hakone, a web of mountain passes inhabited by demons. Iki feared one such demon so much that he had never dared to battle him again. Miharu Koguchi of the Drift Dancers, the Emperor of Hakone. And yet, I can't say I'm convinced. Something doesn't add up. Does Iki have another reason to fear this place? We were brought here by some power, like puppets on strings. A power neither good nor evil. A power we can't escape. It's there, lurking deep within these mountains. When the demon's true form is revealed, perhaps the truth will follow. Hakone is made up of 3 main roads, and the street racing encounters that take place on them vary from easy, normal, to hard, depending on which road you're on. These are toge battles, either uphill or downhill, again depending which way you're facing when you initiate the encounter. We've entered full Initial D territory here. Your drifting skills will be put to the ultimate test, but there's some good equipment to be stolen off of opponents or bought from the tune shop here that can help with braking and suspension to make these courses easier to handle. This is also the first time in the game where we see the word Hashiri, which is what Japanese street racers call themselves. It's the first time we're seeing it in the English script, but it's all over the Japanese one from the very beginning of the game. I like how the translation waited until here to drop it though, because there's a place in Hakone called the Hashiria's Holy Ground, so it makes the whole thing feel more mythical. After driving around and getting used to the different courses, the first stop in the story is Tune Shop Windy. I think this is pronounced Windy. Makes more sense than Windy, what with all the winding roads and all. Oh Jesus, we really are in horror territory. The tune shop is owned by the legendary tuner Kunitaro Takahashi, KT as he's affectionately known. He's busy right now, but this is his apprentice, Ryo Yamazaki, another member of the Drift Dancers. We'll have to wait until later to meet up with KT. On the top of one of the mountain roads, at Hashiria's holy place, the team comes face to face with Miharu. After a short conversation with Iki, he suggests an uphill team battle to warm up, and then a one-on-one downhill race with Iki. The team battle doesn't really matter. You can finish wherever and the story will continue. The real reason we're here is the rematch between Miharu and Iki. 2 demons lined up on the starting line. The sound of their engines heralded the changing winds of destiny. So begins the downhill battle between Iki Fujisawa's RS-2000 Turbo and Miharu Kobuchi's X-1800 Special. Iki and Miharu wax philosophical about their differing views on racing, Miharu more focused on the act of driving, and Iki feeling like he can understand other people's souls from the way they race. Miharu revels in the loneliness, but Iki says he's never felt alone while racing. In the end, Iki wins, and Miharu comments that he's entered a realm of speed that even he can't keep up with. The 2 rivals finally put their past to rest, as Miharu says he'll come to the Yokohama GP Championship round to watch Iki race. Before parting, Miharu mentions someone named Manabu, who had previously quit racing, but has recently been seen out on the roads again. He says Manabu will be around later tonight. Thus, we enter the first extended night with the 8th Midnight. There are only 2 of these special sub-chapters in the game. The first is on this night, and the second is actually the next night. We pick up from Hashiria's holy place. Sho has decided that he wants to become his own racer and get out from underneath Iki's shadow. The first stop is Tune Shop Windy again, where we meet Kunitaro Takahashi. First of all, the music in this scene is awesome. Second, this horror movie scramble up to the screen by Kunitaro is terrifying. KT says he and Sho can't have a chat until they've had a race, and at least the replay on this one doesn't look so bad as he and KT talk. But actually, KT doesn't have anything to say right now. He tells Sho to come back later with Iki. Whatever. Another location in Hakone is Heaven's Hill, and here, Sho meets up with Yuka. She tries to get Sho to open up about how he's doing, especially after losing both Makoto and Kyoji. Surprisingly, Sho does open up a bit, and expresses his desire to take control of his own life. He wants to know more about the curse of Yokohama's fastest legend. Yuka says that no one knows who the driver was who set all those records, and the other drivers that he raced with are either missing or dead. After that, the legendary driver just vanished without a trace. Sho feels like there must be someone, anyone out there who has a connection to those events, a source of the curse. And Yuka wonders if the source is even a person. She brings up the Bay Lagoon Tower construction project and the mysterious accidents that halted it. Bay Lagoon has a dark and mysterious history. Anything could happen there. Sho asks Yuka if she's noticed that Iki's been acting suspicious, refusing to race, keeping things hidden, dragging them all out to Hakone. Yuka tells Sho that if Iki wins the Yokohama GP, he may be able to become a pro driver. Apparently Wantec, the Grand Prix organizers, are putting together a team of the world's best drivers. There have also been rumors circulating about Wantec's D project, This could
Oh,
be another
shit,
reference
the
to
D
Initial
Project.
D. Project D was a racing team put together by Ryosuke Ishikawa in the series, but Project D didn't show up in the Initial D anime until 4th Stage, which came out in 2004, well after Racing Lagoon's release. I don't know if the manga was up to this story arc by 1998, early 1999, when the devs at Square were working on Racing Lagoon. And can we talk about Ryosuke Ishikawa for a second? Why the hell does his character model change in every single season of Initial D? Each season has slightly different staff, and everyone seemed like they were on steroids in season 2. But Ryosuke is almost completely unrecognizable at times, to the point where I didn't even know who he was when he was reintroduced in certain seasons.
He's vibing.
Anyway, sorry, back to Racing Lagoon. The D project here is a completely different thing, as we'll come to see. Yuka says one day there was a black limo parked outside Iki's apartment, and everyone suspects Iki is being scouted for the project. Sho saw black limos on the first night, parked outside the Red Renge warehouse. Sho wonders if Keisuke is somehow connected to all of this. When they get back to Yokohama, he's going to need to put the squeeze on him to get more information, though he figures he's probably only a pawn in a much greater scheme. Yuka decides to leave, and the creepy music starts up again. Uh-oh. Sho has a feeling that if he lets Yuka go, he'll never see her again. As Sho is
Shit, we know
contemplating
this
his feelings,
dude's fucking
Manabu shows up. Sho has a choice.
ogre.
Chase after Yuka, or leave her be and battle Manabu. If you choose Yuka, Manabu tells you he'll wait for you here, and I ain't letting anything happen to that girl on my watch. At the toll booth at the bottom of the mountain, Sho finds Yuka unharmed with Kenzo. He tells them to head back to Yokohama together and to keep an eye on each other. Then he drives back to Heaven's Hill. Manabu and Sho battle, but halfway through the race, Iki shows up and shows up Sho. Damn! After the race, Manabu and Iki meet again. Manabu warns Iki to forget about the fastest legend and come back to Hakone. Iki says it was Manabu who told him about the fastest legend in the first place, and he's in too deep to just leave now. Iki then starts to break down. He wants to know more about the legend and reveals that he's hearing the voice. It's wormed its way inside my head and it won't stop whispering to me. Its horrible words keep echoing in my mind. Manabu says there never was a fastest legend, that Iki should just forget about it. But he's only saying it to try to get Iki to pull himself back together. Afterwards, Iki and Sho drive back to Toon Shop Windy. Sho is left wondering about Iki's mention of the voice, and remembers how Kyoji mentioned hearing it too. At the Toon Shop, Iki talks to KT briefly before disappearing into the night. KT then presents Sho with a gift from Iki, a full-spec race car for him to use in the Yokohama GP Championship round. Sho doesn't understand why Iki would do any of this for him. During a drive together along the mountain roads, KT fills in more details about Yokohama's fastest legend.
It's not the
Apparently,
voices,
there was a
it's
racer
the
with an
voice.
outrageously tuned Zeta 3000. He utters the phrase, Diablo tune. They say that Zeta 3000 was possessed by a demon. They probably weren't too far off. Those cars and the demons that drive them have this sickly black aura to them. That terrifying car, it was a Diablo Zeta 3000. Every racer who touched that black magic wound up dead in a freak accident. As if the Diablo Zeta 3000 had dragged them down with its dark
Diablo
powers.
2,
KT mentions that
Lord of
Iki showed him
Destruction.
pictures of Kyoji's car being dredged up from the ocean. The car had been Diablo tuned. These types of cars hadn't been seen for 10 years, but now they're back. KT reveals that he was the one who invented the Diablo tuning technique. He built the race car that Sho's just been given to compete against the Diablo tuned vehicles. A kind of light versus dark thing going on here. KT says a part of himself can rest in peace if Sho makes it to the podium with that car, and he warns that there could be a Diablo tuned car competing in the Yokohama Grand Prix. Then he gives Sho a pep talk. This is how they all prepare for a big race. Hold in all those emotions inside you, and then blammo! Let it explode all over the streets. Prune juice style. God, that's disgusting.
Damn shit all over them
says
streets.
Sho should win the race and then come back here to Hakone. Once you start racing at the Grand Prix level, you'll start to see the other side of speed. If you're not careful, it'll whisk you away. It will call to you with its voice and lure you into its unseen darkness. If you ever start hearing it, try to remember my warning. The people you shared a promise with will be waiting for you to earn that victory. They're the ones you can count on to always have your back. And I'll be here too, waiting. After the night ends, Sho has his recurring nightmare again at the bottom of the ocean, stuck to the seafloor by some tar-like substance, past, present, and future losing all shape and meaning. An ominous beginning to the Grand Prix. But that's just the life of a crazy driver. Oh my god, then there's this intense sequence with letters spelling out speed. Let me feel it. Grant me speed. I hear it calling. A voice
Not
from
the
within.
voice.
Oh no, Sho, don't listen to it, man. Jesus Christ, now Sho is hearing the voice. We'll have to set all that aside for now, though. The Yokohama Grand Prix is about to begin. Once again, all of the competitors are introduced, and again, you can choose to take a test run before the main competition. Recommended since you're driving a car that isn't yours. The race car has much better grip than Sho's normal car. You need to finish second or higher, just like in the qualifier, but I managed to pull a gap on the field and finish first after a couple of laps. The gang is all celebrating at Club Glumslum in South Yokohama. What a name. And
Club
everyone's wondering
Cumslum?
where Sho is. Of course, he's still out at the circuit. He talks about not feeling satisfied with just winning. He then has a vision of Makoto and Kyoji, telling him he needs to be faster, otherwise he'll end up dead like them. He needs to become the new fastest legend. Sho sees cars burning on the highway, and the voice takes over. He shows up at Club Glumslum and starts acting a fool, throwing punches, challenging Iki, but all the while, deep inside, the real Sho is just watching what's happening, unable to control himself. He finds himself burning down the Keihin in his car, the voice in control, but Sho still trying to hold on. In the early morning hours, he meets Iki at the Bay Lagoon Tower. The two race in a one-on-one battle. It's a tough race, and you need to pass him by the time you get to the straight on lap 3. This actually takes me a couple of attempts, but I finally manage it. And just like with Makoto, Iki's car ends up in a heap on the side of the road. As Sho stares stunned at Iki's body on the pavement, the voice tells him, "Well done. A fine victory." As Sho takes Iki in his arms, Iki actually feels relieved that he can't hear the voice anymore. I was so scared. No matter how fast I raced, I could never escape it. It chased me wherever I ran, wherever I hid. It would never stop. I was so afraid there would be no one who would catch up to me, to pull me away from it. Iki says it's over for Sho. He knows that Sho hears the voice now too. Iki started hearing it the night Kyoji died, and since then he'd been its target. It told me if I was fast enough, that if I won enough, it would be over. I believed it. I just wanted it to be gone. I just wanted the team to be safe. I'm sorry, Sho. That's loser talk. You're cool. You're strong. Sorry, those lines just kind of undercut the mood here. But yeah, Sho is trying to hold it together, watching Iki smile as he loses consciousness. The voice then talks about its status as fastest legend, how everyone would watch on with fear in their eyes as it raced. A phone call comes through. Yuka tells Sho that Iki has been rushed to the hospital. It's unclear exactly what happened after the crash, but Sho has run off somewhere. He throws his phone into the ocean and leaves. He's then confronted by the voice, an evil version of himself. In this sequence, you can ask the voice a bunch of questions, though it doesn't offer up any solid answers at this point. It does tell Sho that it's been with him since the very beginning, whatever that means. The voice tries to leave, but Sho asks one more question before it goes. Did you kill my friends? I killed them, it answers. The next night, the voice has gone away, and Sho is back in control, but he's losing track of time. Feels like he only has a loose grip on reality. He wonders if the voice is capable of jumping between people's minds. All Sho can do is head back to Hakone. KT had told him to return when the Yokohama
Fuck,
GP
I forgot I was
ended.
supposed to be doing
It's
the
only
event
lead
because I
he
was too
has.
busy fucking...
South Yokohama, our home, our street.
It's too busy fucking...
The starting line for this
looking at the
sordid
video.
story.
Fucking mindless clicking.
Our own twisted legend of speed. On these streets we thought we called home. With its thousands of people living thousands of lives, I found myself feeling alone. With its thousands of cars, do any of our mindless conversations truly reach our hearts? Maybe I wasn't quite human anymore. I was something more primal. A starving hyena only focused on its next kill. That was my true self. Sho begins the 9th night in South Yokohama with this melancholy song as the background track to drive around the streets. It's excellent. Over in Chinatown, Yoko informs Sho that she's retiring and says it's her dream to be a beautiful, blushing bride. With those eyes? Sho mentions that a lot of the ladies from the Motomachi Queens migrated to North Yokohama when the highway opened. End of an era. Near Bay Lagoon Tower, where only bad stuff happens, Sho meets Gamo Kusunoki of the C1 Roadstars, a racing team from Tokyo. Gamo states his intention to take over Yokohama and says to come to the Daikoku parking area to take on his challenge. This unlocks the final area of the game, the C1 highway, which can be accessed by driving west on the Yokohama Expressway. This place is admittedly kind of boring. I don't like the highway courses, as they're mostly just straight lines with slight curves. Luckily though, you can avoid most encounters here by driving under 100 kph. To make up for it being kind of a lackluster area, the BGM is funky as hell. There are only 2 locations to visit on the highway itself, one of which is the Daikoku PA, where Gamo said to meet. Gamo was trying to rally together all of the major teams for a big competition, but hardly anyone outside of Yokohama showed up. Yui comes, so does Tetsuji. Nanako arrives in her slammin' outfit, and Keisuke is here. You can compete in Gymkhana races. These are low-speed, obstacle course style events with tight cornering and little room to make passes. It sucks, I hated these. No matter your setup, the cars can't handle well enough to make it through these courses without banging all around. Afterwards, Sho overhears a conversation between Keisuke and Gamo. Keisuke reveals that his car has been Diablo-tuned, and Gamo just kind of slides away. Like, I don't want any part of this. Keisuke then notices Sho and asks him if he's up for a race. Even if you accept the challenge, Keisuke just laughs and says he's not giving Sho the privilege of seeing his magnificent Diablo-tuned ride. Okay then. In North Yokohama, if we stop by Takashima Wharf, we find 2 black limos parked there. The suits from Wantech are trying to recruit Freddy for their D project, tempting him to become one of their drivers. There's a guy with a British dialect, and I think the other dude is supposed to be Italian. Freddy refuses their eloquent European advances with his brusque American frontiersman vernacular. The Fredster is not interested.
Holy shit.
The conversation breaks down after
not
that,
the
ending in a
Fredster,
threat
dude.
from Mario here, which I thought would be appropriate to render through an AI-generated Mario voice.
You'll be eating your finger-licking chicken in a hell.
Oh god, that's terrible. So anyway, these two f*** off into the night, and it's about time Sho heads to Hakone to get more info on what the hell is going on. Up on Heaven's Hill, Manabu and Miharu are battling it out. Sho figures they must have heard about Iki's crash and are working through their emotions the only way they know how. Sho follows them to the top of the mountain to Hashiria's holy place and challenges Miharu to a battle. Racing against Sho, Miharu finally understands what Iki said about never feeling alone while racing. He also mentions that Sho seems to be racing for his life. After that, the voice takes over, going on about reveling in speed as my replay shows me crashing into the barriers in pretty much every shot. Manabu appears and Sho gets a rematch. The voice starts off mocking Iki for being a pretender, someone who could never achieve the title of fastest legend. But Manabu has more important things to get off his chest than the whole fastest legend deal. He's dying. He left behind the fastest legend and spends his days in Hakone racing. He just wants to die doing what he loves. After their race, Manabu says that the ones from 10 years ago who couldn't let go of the legend have all died. Something we already knew, but here Manabu reveals that they weren't just freak accidents. Those other drivers were murdered. Manabu doesn't know for sure, but he believes the one they called the fastest legend is responsible for their deaths. Sho, or the voice, wants to know where it can find the driver who raced against the fastest legend and survived. For those answers, Sho will have to travel to Hokkaido to uncover the truth behind Diablo Tune. At this point, Sho can't discern between the voice and himself and has no idea who's really in control of his body. The voice says that it is Sho, and we get another sequence where we get to ask the voice questions, but once again, all we're given is ellipses and static in response. Through their one-sided conversation, Sho figures that the voice has been jumping from driver to driver, trying to find someone talented enough to carry it to the answers it seeks. Sho vows that he'll kill the voice if he has to stop it from possessing anyone else. Sho's next destination is Hokkaido, but on his way, he's boxed in by the C1 Roadsters. Gamo, their leader, has placed the blame on him for their reputation taking a dive after no one showed up to their meetup earlier in the night. So you have to race these idiots to be able to leave. Nice shot of Tokyo Tower here on the side of the highway. After the race, Gamo says that beating Sho is the only way he'll get a chance to become a driver and get his own Diablo-tuned machine. So apparently he's taken up with Keisuke and has been talking to the Wantech suits as well. Just then, a new driver named Choji Todoroki appears. This is the former leader of the C1 Roadstars. He says that Sho reminds him of the fastest legend from 10 years ago, and reveals that the whole fifth gear around the Tama River corner stunt happened during his race with the legendary driver. 1 week after that, the driver and Choji had another race, but this time, the legend died on a simple, straight road. The details are murky, but the car's speed was unimaginable, and he vanished right in front of Choji's eyes. Further down the road, the legend and several other cars in that race were involved in a crash. There's a shot very similar to an image we've seen before, the one Sho sees in his nightmares, of cars burning on the highway. Choji was way behind their pace and pulled up to the crash site after it all went down. The last thing he remembers is being whacked with a pipe. Choji says that it all feels like a dream. None of them understood the consequences of their racing. He asks Sho for a race and says that if he starts to remember things, to reconsider what he's doing. Choji's slow SUV is no match for Sho's souped-up machine, and during the replay, Choji laments how so many of his friends died racing against the fastest legend. The sexy allure of street racing had blinded us to how cheap and shallow those times were. A reflection on their selfish actions, but once again, 10 years ago was in the bubble economy, so another piece of commentary on those times as well. Those glory days never again return to us. All you'll be left with is an empty shell of memories. Don't let yourself become buried in the rotting shells of old memories. Clearly, Choji's words are an indictment of the blind greed of the era. As Sho continues his journey north, he takes in all that Choji told him, understanding now that the voice that possesses him is a ghost. And maybe the voice didn't even realize this, because it's silent now, perhaps stunned by the revelation. Sho drives day and night, unsure of how much time has passed since he left Yokohama, feeling like he's driving on a Mobius strip. I mean, if he drove straight through and took the ferry from Oma to Hakodate, it would take like 14 hours. Just over half a day. I mean, Japan's not that big, but let's not break the dreamlike atmosphere this game is trying to paint here. That may even be the point, that it hasn't been days, but Sho's mind is so clouded that he doesn't even realize not even a day has passed. As Sho rides that ferry to Hakodate, snow begins to fall, which is kind of strange. I was pretty sure Racing Lagoon took place during summer, and it doesn't snow in Hokkaido in summer, especially that far south. Come to think of it though, I don't think there's ever a moment in the game that says definitively that it's summer, but there are mentions of a hot wind in the beginning. Maybe Sho's line about bringing the heat and all that skewed my perception, or this could be another intentional thing, just to illustrate the hypnagogic state of Sho's perception. Either way, we get to see the snowy streets of an unnamed city in Hokkaido. Sort of. This chapter doesn't feature an overworld, unfortunately. Would have been cool to drive around a tiny little snowy city. There are only a selection of places to visit from a menu. You can race random drivers around a snow oval course, customize your ride, visit the Toon Shop ice field, recommended to get snow tires so you don't kill yourself on the snow. You can also save your game, or head for the summit to continue the story. The oval track gets old pretty fast. I'm not really a fan of oval racing, and the icy conditions don't help. Once you've had your fill, Sho drives to the summit of Forgotten Hill, fighting off the cold as well as the voice inside of him that is slowly awakening the closer he gets to the top of the mountain. At the summit, he finds a lonely shack. Inside is a bearded man. The voice has taken over once again, saying that he remembers this man and how he was shedding tears when he locked the voice away. And I love the man's response. Sorry, but you sound like you've got something in your throat. Did you catch a cold out there? So that means this whole time, whenever Sho is speaking with the brackets around his dialogue as the voice, he's just making a growling sound. I don't know. That's so funny to me. And he's just like, out of frustration. Before much of anything can happen here, cars pull up outside, and the bearded man claims that Sho was followed. He hands over a disc and says that he's been waiting 10 years for him to return, for him to be healed of what we did to you. So this guy actually did recognize Sho? Or he recognized the voice? The bearded man talks about how he kept Sho, or the voice, alive, which was the least he could do to try to make amends. It's not clear at all yet what's happening here. The voice goes full psycho and says all it wants is to kill this man, but it seems like the guy still can't understand it because he doesn't even react to the threat. So Sho may just be standing here growling incoherently, which is crazy. They've run out of time though, so the bearded man shoves the disc into Sho's hand and they make their getaway down the mountain. Sho and the man are being pursued by 2 Diablo-tuned cars, and it's a pretty intense downhill drive because at certain points there are no guardrails and you can fall right off the edge. Oh, come on, I stayed on the course that time. Anyway, once you make it to the bottom, the suits in the Diablo-tuned machines have cornered the bearded man, and Heidel Schneider, our Heidegger-sounding friend from the boardroom earlier, shoots him dead in the snow.
Apparently.
Once again, we get a sequence where Sho can ask questions to the voice, and once again, it doesn't answer. Sho returns to Yokohama with now even
Voice
more
sounds
questions.
like a bitch.
Who was that bearded man? Why did the suits kill him? What's on the disc that he's been given? As Sho drives, a voice comes through the radio. But not the voice. No, this time, it's the Wantek suits telling him they want to put him in the seat of a Diablo-tuned car. The Brit and the Italian appear before him, and we finally get their names. John Truth and Forza Rush. Of course, I expected nothing less. They forcefully take the disc away from Sho and invite him to compete in the Darkness Grand Prix that will take place at the Red Wrangle
Shit, not the
Warehouse.
Darkness
They know Sho won't be able
GP.
to refuse, especially with the voice in control, so they leave to prepare. The next night, even though they invited Sho to compete in the Darkness GP, he still needs to go through a race to get into the event. At Spencer's test course in South Yokohama, Sho finds Schneider waiting for him. He's in charge of the Grand Prix as well as the D Project. Sho needs to beat him in this race to secure his spot in the Darkness GP. It's a tough race, because not only is Schneider himself rapid, but the other cars in the race are also really quick. You basically need to make no mistakes to win this. Unless, of course, you've grinded your car's power into oblivion, but at this point you should know that's an exception for any race. And that's all there is to this night. Once you win the race around the test circuit, you're immediately thrust into the Darkness GP. The course is the Yokohama GP circuit in North Yokohama from earlier. It's just night now, and there's a different starting position. You also need to finish first. Second place won't cut it in this Grand Prix like it did in the Yokohama one. If you lose, you'll be put back out on the streets of South Yokohama, and you can go around doing street racing encounters and participating in unofficial races to try to increase your car's power. Then just return to the Red Ranga area to attempt the GP again. This happened to me a few times. It took about an hour and a half of attempts, grinding other races for upgrades and just getting better at driving this course. The damn hairpin I mentioned earlier was the real sticking point. I couldn't figure out a way through it without using the actual brake button, which I'd never really touched outside of this circuit. I finally managed to win, but even so, it took most of the race to make it into the lead, and then I just had to hold on to it. Winning the Darkness GP grants Sho the Aero Diablo, a Diablo-tuned body part that greatly increases the car's downforce and handling. I thought at first maybe I wasn't supposed to use this part, like it was some kind of cursed item, but no, you can just use it if you want to. We're finally entering the last leg of Racing Lagoon's story, and if you thought things were already off the rails, you ain't seen nothing yet. After the race, Sho remembers the Diablo Zeta. Memories are coming back to him, or back to the voice inside of him. Either way, something is awakening inside Sho. He sees the burning wreckage on the highway, a vision he now knows isn't just a dream. Just then, a knock comes at his window. John Truth and Forza Rush tell him that now that he's won the Darkness GP, they'll tell him what was on the disc the bearded man had given him. The voice inside Sho doesn't really care about that though. Much like his Yokohama GP qualifying and main event rounds, he wants to just stay on the track and race. So on the Darkness GP circuit again, Sho races against the Diablo Zeta. At this point, I hadn't put the Diablo Arrow on the car, so I lost pretty badly. After equipping that though, and adding a Chocobo emblem, yeah, I managed to win against the Zeta. But who's driving it anyway? I'm nothing. A nobody.
Roxas?
A driver. I'll never escape from the voice. Oh my god, it's Iki. He's still alive, but he ain't looking too hot. The voice takes control of Sho again and tells him that they've always been one and the same. Sho demands to know once and for all who the voice really is. Once again, it appears to Sho as a dark version of himself and says the memories are trapped inside his own body. Sho sees the fiery wreckage again and sees himself holding a metal pipe and swinging it wildly in the flames. When Sho comes to, he's collapsed on the floor inside one of the Red Ranga warehouses. Outside, 2 vehicles pull up and out hop Keisuke and Gamo, both armed with their own metal pipes. It's showtime. Of course it is. He who is born from D shall return to D. Okay? These two wake Sho up and welcome him to the Diablo Tune Shop, the place where the Diablo tuning goes down. So these two are ready to beat Sho to death with steel pipes. But Sho catches a glimpse of a piece of scrap that can be used as his own weapon. As he reaches for it, we get a brief flash of the interior of an apartment. Another memory that had been buried deep down. Sho comments that he was afraid he would forget this, and afraid he'd remember it. In those blinding moments, I guess these three idiots beat each other up with their metal pipes, but the Wantech suits show up and put a stop to the melee. They're taking Sho off somewhere, but he starts to fade before he can even ask where. All I remembered next was the smell. Sweat, muscles, the smell of men. What the hell is going on? Sho's stuffed into one of the limousines and completely loses
How can you
consciousness.
smell muscles?
Again, we see the interior of an apartment. Hear the sound of a shower running. A woman's body. A dish full of pills. That pure white dream. The urge to retrieve my old memories coursed through my mind.
Apparently.
My bygone days of racing in the night. All this time I had been searching for that someone. When he awakens, he's seated in a boardroom at Wantech headquarters, with Schneider, as well as Wantech president Wan Li. Schneider fills Sho in on the fact that manufacturing performance parts for cars is only part of their business model. They've also spent the last 10 years working on a biotechnology project called Diablo. They then present Sho with the video that was contained on the disc the bearded man had given him, a presentation about a drug called Diablo that unlocks the user's mental and physical potential, but it also allows Wantech to manipulate their emotions. The drug eliminates fear, binding those receptors in the brain. I'm not going to do the German accent again. What do you think are the main obstacles to human expression? Fear? Anxiety? Imagine the potential of a man who has forsaken these emotions. Oh my god, dude, no fear or anxiety on a daily basis and all I have to do is let a corporation manipulate me? I'm already in that position. Sign me up. We then segue, rather fourth wall breakingly, into an intermission. Not the most clever way of incorporating a save screen and a bit of a break in the narrative, but hey, we needed it. And we're back. Schneider continues his little presentation, next showing footage of the burning wreckage of cars that Sho constantly has nightmares about. It's amazing how they got the same camera angle here as Sho sees in his dreams. It's uncanny. This event was known as the War of Yokohama, and created the rumors of Yokohama's fastest legend. Sho wants to know what all of this has to do with him, so Schneider goes on to explain that in situations of elevated mental stress, the drug was known to cause an overreaction. Just a little overreaction. And the War of Yokohama wasn't the only one of these overreactions. Before that event, the drug was administered to Nenji Namba, Kyoji's brother, whom Kyoji briefly mentioned during one of Sho's early visits to the gas station. Kyoji's brother was the one who coined the term Diablo Tune. KT created the technique, Nenji gave it a name. However, he died in an accident on an ordinary street corner, not even during a race. This was the first blemish in the Diablo project's testing. Wantech worried that if the truth of this incident got out, it would put the kibosh on Diablo's development. Schneider characterizes Nenji's death as a setback, to which Sho angrily reacts, and Wan Li just sits back smugly puffing his cigar. The incident was covered up quickly by the company, and they accelerated their testing phase of Diablo, selecting a larger number of subjects this time. They chose street racers because they needed subjects that would be under extreme mental stress and could be disposed of at minimal cost. They're just a bunch of hooligans engaged in illegal activities anyway. We then see shots of a prison area, with Schneider's voiceover telling us that these are the true drivers, the street racers who couldn't resist the allure of Diablo Tune, granting them the ability to become the fastest legend. They gave each driver doses of Diablo, as well as an imperfect clone of the Diablo Zeta. Schneider then reveals that the story the street racers now all clung to, the legend of Yokohama's fastest, was just a bunch of junkies hopped up on pills driving Diablo Tune vehicles. Your dream was a lie to further our research. However, their tests
they get
weren't
it
going
eventually.
too well.
That's for
Diablo
fucking
required
sure.
additives. The pure version was too intense for anyone to handle. So each driver was given a different cocktail to try to narrow in on the perfect blend. They never found that through their search, though. Each of their test subjects died in high-speed accidents. Luckily for Wantech, they had an endless supply of drivers lured by the dream of becoming the fastest that the company had manufactured. They were all willing to give themselves over unwittingly to the test program. The legends were nothing more than stories of our discarded trash. However, one night, the drivers who were imprisoned by Wantek escaped their confinement.
Oh god, Almondite is
War of
Diablo
Yokohama, a
tuned.
crematorium
Holy shit,
of
thinking
fastest
about it.
legends. And that was the end of the Diablo trial.
She's so
Wantek had
fucking
attracted too much
overpowered
attention
compared
from
to
the
everything.
authorities.
She is
The
a
program had to
Diablo
be put on
tuned.
hiatus. Sho
That's
still
insane.
isn't quite sure where he fits into all of this, but Schneider reveals that they found one man
Oh
they
my
believed had the right
fucking
body chemistry to
God.
handle the correct blend of Diablo. So they put that person to sleep for 10 years. That man is our final hope, and that man
Sho
is you. Sho does not want to hear this and runs out of the boardroom, takes an elevator down, and confronts the voice yet again with questions. The voice still only provides vague answers and says that it will leave it up to Sho to figure it all out. The voice does confirm one thing, though, that he's been asleep for a long time, but now he's awake. So who cares? Sho concludes that he needs proof to convince himself that he is in fact himself. And so we enter the last night, which is not the final night, mind you. That comes later. The last night begins with Sho meeting Kenzo, who's been beaten up, and reveals that Wantek has kidnapped everyone. Kenzo says that they've been taken to Bay Lagoon Tower for a new experiment, but the Wantek thugs told Kenzo he wasn't fit to be one of their test subjects. Sho ends up calling an ambulance. Then you have one last night of freedom to complete any side quests that are still lingering. At this point, along with the Arrow Diablo part, you've also got a Diablo paint color that somehow boosts the stats of your car. It's not clear on how it does this, but it says it does in the description, so I slapped that on there. And now Sho has his own fully tuned Diablo machine. Your destination is Bay Lagoon Tower in South Yokohama, the rotten sore on the face of the city. When you arrive, you'll actually meet Nanako. She reveals that she's been working with Wantek since the Yokohama GP. It's been her job to get Sho involved in unofficial races, conditioning him to become the perfect test subject for their final Diablo trial. She informs Sho that once he's reached the rank of Yokohama's fastest legend, he can return to her and basically enter the endgame. This was that gating moment that I was talking about way back in the beginning of the video. At Ancient Bay, you can check your ranking, and you need to complete a certain number of special events and unofficial races to be able to achieve the rank of Yokohama's fastest legend to complete the game. That isn't even the highest rank though. There are 2 more beyond that, and if you've done pretty much everything and managed to achieve the rank of Gale a Moment, that's right, then you'll be treated to a special event during the ending sequence. We'll get to that soon. Heading to Ancient Bay, Sho confronts himself. Instead of the evil-sounding doppelganger that we've been seeing up until this point, the other version of Sho that appears here is gentle. Remember, I was here. I've always been here, watching the seasons change. Time can flow backwards, reality can be transcended. Believe, and it can be done. Memories are the only evidence that we ever existed. Don't let them lie to you. I'll be waiting. We then get a sequence showing the beginning of Bay Lagoon's construction. Not just the tower, but the man-made island itself the city is situated on. After that, you get your title. And like I mentioned earlier, as long as you have Yokohama's fastest legend, Crazy Driver, or Gale a Moment, you can move on to the end of the game. Returning to Nanako, Sho makes his choice to enter the endgame, and somebody places a cloth over his face. Everything
Does this
turns
smell
to
like
white.
chloroform to
Nanako
you?
asks if she can go home now, since her job is finished, and the Wantek guys knock her out too. Daft cow. Ouch. Sho sort of comes to in the darkness of the limousine. He can tell, at least, that he's being taken somewhere underground before passing out again. He has another dream of being underwater, and we finally understand why he keeps having this recurring dream. This is his experience of awakening from his cryogenic sleep 10 years after being captured by Wantek on the night of the War of Yokohama. They've stuffed Sho back in the same room where his cryo capsule was to help jog his memories. And yeah, they call it D-sleep, because of course they do. Things start to get pretty twisted here. Schneider says that there's another man that's the true owner of Sho's body, and Sho is just a pseudo-consciousness that was manufactured in the upper levels of this person's psyche. So basically, Sho's past self from 10 years ago, who is not really Sho, has been dormant within him. That's the voice he's been hearing all this time. His current personality was constructed during D-sleep, and once the voice, or his past self, fully reawakens, his current self will be reabsorbed into himself. think my nose is bleeding. We've entered full-on murky sci-fi mumbo-jumbo territory here, but we do get context for that name entry screen way back in the beginning of the game. Starting a new game is this person being awakened from his D-sleep as Sho Akasaki. That also explains why Sho said he had seen someone like Kyoji before, when Kyoji was all ragged on his final nights. He was hopped up on Diablo, and if Sho was around 10 years ago, of course he would have seen that before. It also explains a few other enigmatic comments Sho has made throughout the game, so all of this has been worked into the narrative from the beginning. Doesn't make it any less batshit insane though. The bearded man is shown standing next to Schneider in a flashback from when they put this driver to sleep. The reason Wantek did all of this was because, like they said earlier in the boardroom, they believed they had found the right test subject for Diablo, but they needed time for all of the War of Yokohama bad PR to blow over. If they would have just reawakened this driver without all the D-sleep pseudo-consciousness shenanigans, then they hypothesized that the shock of being awoken 10 years into the future would cause him to take his own life. And like, yeah, they don't really give a shit about him, but if that happened, it would ruin their project that was already facing a 10-year setback. They also reveal that this man, Sho's past self is probably the easiest way to contextualize him, was actually one of their Diablo driver test subjects, but they still don't understand his actions on the War of Yokohama night, and we don't yet know exactly what those actions are because Sho hasn't remembered them yet. In any case, the construct that is Sho, the character we've been playing as this whole time, will soon slip away as the real owner of this person's body reawakens fully. Got all that? I may be repeating some things here, but that's because I'm still coming to grips with all of it myself. And I've played through the game twice and rewatched all the cutscenes while reviewing my footage. Sho starts rocking out, passes out, and the voice reawakens. Sho is no longer in control of this body. He only catches flickers of what's going on. The body of the driver keeps opening different doors in this underground facility. In one room, he sees the bodies of Keisuke, Gamo, and other Wantek drivers face down in pools of blood. Their bodies are mangled, like they'd been beaten to death with pipes. In the next room, we come face to face with one of Wantek's drivers, still imprisoned after 10 years. Suddenly, an alarm sounds. The Bay Lagoon Tower is collapsing. Sho is woken up by Akira and Yuka. They tell Sho that he saved them, but Sho doesn't remember anything. Apparently, in a blind rage after seeing the last of the drivers still imprisoned, he opened all of the prison locks, which allowed Yuka and Akira to escape. Now, though, the three of them need to get the hell out of this collapsing building. Akira takes Yuka, and Sho follows in his own car. There are 3 escape sequences here, each one timed, and they're very annoying because you're under pressure from the clock, but you also need to drive carefully through the crumbling underground parking lot so as not to get stuck on any walls or rubble. But you can't drive too carefully, otherwise you won't make it out in time. It's precarious. After finding your way through the last escape, Sho wonders why the voice, the original owner of the body, let Sho take control again. He also wonders where Iki is in all of this. The last time we saw him, he was emerging from a Diablo-tuned car in front of the Red Ranga warehouse. So Sho shouts over the roar of engines and the rumbling of a falling building to his friends to go on ahead as he heads back to find Iki. In all of this confusion, though, Sho somehow emerges on the highway and sees Wan Li's limousine crashed. Just as he's about to beat the guy with a pipe, a gunshot goes off. Schneider says he doesn't need Sho's assistance burying those who oppose society's evolution. Schneider's taking over things now, returning to Europe to continue the Diablo project. Schneider doesn't even know if he's speaking to Sho or the original owner of his body, but it doesn't matter anymore. In fact, Schneider analyzed hidden sectors on the disc from the bearded man, and it turns out that Sho actually wasn't part of the Diablo project. He was just an unknown driver who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time on the night of the War of Yokohama. God, every time you think you've got this figured out, it just grows a whole new set of limbs. Schneider also reveals that the man from Hokkaido was the one who put Sho to sleep in the first place. And I'm just calling him Sho because it's easier. But, you know, Sho is just a construct created during D-sleep. We don't know the true identity of the original driver that Sho's body belongs to, blah blah blah. Anyway, Beardman's name was Satoru Kawashima, the chief researcher on the D project. Right before they shot him dead on that snowy road in Hokkaido, he begged for them to set Sho free. He wasn't one of the Diablo test subjects. He was an innocent man they'd never seen before. They turned him into a merciless avatar of rage with nowhere to vent his anger. So Schneider now reveals that Sho was only a passing motorist who happened upon the scene of the Diablo driver's accident, but Wantek kidnapped him and kept him because they mistakenly thought that he was a Diablo driver that managed to not be involved in the huge pile-up burning wreckage car crash and hadn't succumbed to the effects of the drug, which is way worse than actually being part of the experiment. They put an innocent guy into a cold sleep for 10 years. Wantek are quite possibly the dumbest villains in the history of everything. All fiction. It's ridiculous. They staked their ludicrously insidious plans on a mistake. But the storytelling here kind of goes right back around from stupidity to brilliance. Like, what a flawed set of antagonists, and kind of a commentary on the idiocy of corporate greed. I mean, I don't know if any of this was intentional on the part of Motomu Toriyama, the writer of Racing Lagoon, but all of these false revelations are so contradictory and multi-layered that I feel like it has to be, right? I mean, there's a fine line between madman and genius. Another mystery that also gets cleared up here is that if the voice is really Sho's past self, then why did other drivers hear the voice? Turns out that Diablo had hallucinogenic side effects, so during moments of extreme duress, users would hear a voice that hijacked their emotions and suppressed their fear. Schneider envisions these responses as more far-reaching than just crashes involving street racers, intentional train derailments, traffic accidents, plane crashes. There are powerful clients who would pay top dollar for these sleeper agent style assassinations. Want to know the secret to success? Quality over quantity, and a great work ethic. You said it, brother. Oh wait, I forgot that you were. He's got a point though. Sho catches a glimpse of the pills in Schneider's hand and is reminded of the moment when Iki held a shard of Makoto's taillight when he told them all about the Yokohama GP. So the only way to settle all of this is with a race. Who would have guessed? The race against Schneider begins underneath the crumbling Bay Lagoon Tower and stretches out onto the abandoned highway beyond. The road starts crumbling at a certain point, giving you chances to catch Schneider, who ends up being actually too quick for Sho, even in his Diablo-tuned car. I managed to just pass him at the end. Schneider ends up plunging into the ocean beyond the edge of the unfinished highway. Sho's unsure if he knocked him in or if Schneider was just holding up his end of the bargain to let him be free. I mean, I'm going with the former though, because why would he just drive his car into the ocean just because he lost to some punk street racer, who apparently wasn't even that good at it? But we're not done yet. Iki's car pulls up afterwards and outsteps Aoi Kawashima. Whoa, wait a minute, come to think of it, isn't that the same last name as the beard dude? Yes, it is. We're back in the memory of the apartment, the shower, the dish full of Diablo. Sho is sat on the couch. In the present, Aoi reveals that she was the one inviting street racers to join the Driver Project. Her father was the founder of Wantek, just a simple repair shop back then, but the company's fortunes took a turn and transformed into the huge corporation that it is today. During a vacation in Hakone, another driver flashed their headlights at Aoi's family's car as they were driving through the twisting mountain roads. The other driver was just doing the standard signal for an invitation to race, but Aoi's father was temporarily blinded by the light reflecting off the rearview mirror and jerked the wheel. Aoi and her older brother Satoru lost their parents in that accident. Years later, when the Diablo project started, Aoi volunteered to scout street racers for the trials as a form of revenge. I would meet them at the Yokohama Sirius Hotel in the luxury penthouse. They'd never refuse. I wanted to see each of them broken. From the window, I would watch the flickering reflection of Yokohama's lights in the water. Back then, I was a coward. I convinced myself I was doing no wrong by lying to myself over and over. It was a delusional fantasy where I believed street racers were the source of my misery. She says that Sho was one of those street racers she met back then. She tells him that he beat the Diablo-tuned Zetas with his own ordinary car. According to her, some of those accounts of Yokohama's fastest legends were stories of Sho. So in the end, Schneider had it wrong again. Sho did possess the driving talent for the Diablo project. God, what an idiot. But Sho refused Aoi's offer of Diablo, unlike the other street racers, and he was angry when he realized that this is what she had been doing all along. This all went down on the same night that he caught up to the Diablo driver's crash. We all know what happened there. But Aoi had no idea that he had been kidnapped by Wantek and put into D-sleep. So to her, it seemed like he just disappeared from her life. After they put Sho into D-sleep and her brother Satoru ran off to Hokkaido, Schneider told Aoi that they both had died in an accident on the Yokohama highway. This reawakened her disdain for street racers. So when the D project started up again, she volunteered yet again to distribute Diablo to new driver test subjects. However, 2 years ago, Aoi met Iki, who reminded her of Sho, and she thought she'd found her lost love again. Things were all peachy for a while, but then one day Iki showed her a photo of his racing team, and there was Sho. She instantly recognized him, found it hard to believe that he hadn't aged a day in 10 years, but still knew that it was him. This revelation awakens Sho's dormant memories of what really happened on the night of the War of Yokohama. I drove to the Yokohama highway. The street racers had gone to war. It was the perfect battle stage. Another Initial D reference. Sho says that he was actually out there waiting for the Diablo Zetas to show up. He wasn't just a passing motorist. He was out there on purpose. He was just standing in the middle of the road, so I don't know if the first one tried to avoid him or something, but it scraped the divider and burst into flames, and then the other cars followed suit. Then Sho just started wailing on the cars with his pipe. So Sho basically caused this whole accident, but he justifies it by saying that if he hadn't, every street racer would have been cursed. He needed to somehow put a stop to the Diablo project, sacrificing the few for the many, I suppose. Now you may be wondering, how did Schneider screw all of this up so badly? Well, if you remember, he said he found hidden sectors of the disk that revealed Sho was just a passing motorist, but those were actually put there by Satoru. He felt guilty for putting Sho to sleep, so I guess he put those hidden sectors of dummy data on the disk in the hopes that Wantech would just let Sho be once they found them. Pretty contrived way to go about doing that. Anyway, during Sho's period of
This shit is fucking
the past
insane.
Sho just kept
Like, what the
reliving that
fuck?
night over and over.
I
and it
can't say
shaped
I
the
expected the
personality of the
story
voice
of a
inside the
racing
present
game to
Sho,
go
turning it into this
this
bloodthirsty,
fucking far off the
vengeance-seeking
deep end.
beast. Speaking of the present, Aoi tells Sho that he became the fastest racer without ever touching Diablo, which isn't really consolation for Sho since 10 years of his life were stolen. But were they really? I mean, he was in a cold sleep, so he still has the body of an 18-year-old. More like life was put on pause. But yeah, I'm not trying to justify what Wantech did or anything, but you know, gotta look on the bright side here. Try to remember the first time your engine roared to life, how you held the wheel, stepped on the gas, and went for your first drive. That excitement never faded, both 10 years ago and today. That feeling belonged to me, as well as every other street racer. I raced so I could reclaim myself, so I could reclaim the exciting feeling of racing that I fell in love with. The man with the pipe who appears in my dark memories isn't me. He never was. Did that cover everything? Yeah, all I needed to do was race. So then Iki's car appears. Still under the effects of Diablo, he needs to get it out of his system, so Sho agrees to a race. Sho wonders, even though Aoi said that she loved Iki, why she gave him the Diablo in the first place. Was her love for Iki just another lie? After the race, Iki is in bad shape, but realizes that Sho was the legend that he's been searching for this whole time, that everyone was searching for. His next words sounded like his last, like he was fading away. I'll never forget the strength in them. Hey Sho, our dream was so insignificant. I wonder if it was even real. We were chasing a fantasy that scorched the hot summer asphalt. It was more like a mirage. See, I knew this game took place in summer, but more importantly, there's that mirage imagery again. Iki goes on to say that he doesn't have any regrets. Things shift again. Aoi is in the driver's seat of Iki's car now, and Iki's body is on the passenger's side. Dying for someone doesn't mean anything. It's no way to prove your love. 10 years ago, a counterfeit love drove me into a fiery rage on the Yokohama highway. Iki knew, didn't he, that Aoi was giving him Diablo? Did he know this would happen? The last play of the game. Destruction in the name of twisted love.
Diablo
Time to
2,
get my
Lord of
shit in
Destruction?
gear. Where the hell do you think you're going? This ends how I say it ends. So it's a race against Aoi Kawashima now. This one is much tougher than the others. You really can't afford any mistakes, and this course has a couple of surprise turns along the way. But defeat her, and Sho says that he's not sure he has what it takes to forgive her. But if Iki believes in her, then maybe she could be led on the path to healing. Sho finally realizes that the realm beyond speed was always a place within himself. Yeah. Luckily, Iki is still alive. He and Aoi embrace at the edge of the road as the sun rises over the bay and Sho watches on. But we're not done yet. If you manage to get the title of Moment a Gale on the last night, a special final race takes place between Sho's past and present selves.
Oh,
Sho's past
shit.
self even promises that if present self wins, then he can hang around as long as he likes and not be erased. I actually got to this scene on my second playthrough. During the replay, Sho reflects on his status as the fastest legend, or I guess at this point, a moment a gale, whatever the hell that is. That's just an extra bit you get for getting that final title. The real ending is this sepia-toned shot of the Yokohama skyline and a poem. Rising moon, rock and roll. a nightmare born from sleep. Maybe tomorrow, but morning always comes. There are as many stories as there are headlights and exhaust notes in the city. We all embrace our sorrows and race every night. Blue day is rainy day, but you can cure those blues. Head to Harborview Park and watch the Bay Bridge. Let the brilliant lights bleed through your tears. Driving all night together. Our hot driving brings the city to life. Wow. There's another scene with Kenzo too, if you completed all the special events associated with him throughout the game. He talks about the Noname Park being full of weeds and how adults don't notice things like that, but kids do. Which, I mean, what the hell is he talking about? An adult would be way more likely to look at a weed and be like, yeah, that's a problem, than a kid just playing on the playground would. Kenzo, you fucking idiot. The credits roll as Sho drives Yuka through the streets. And look at that little toy 8.6 dangling from the rear view. Looks just like the keychain decoration Natsuki made for Takumi of his 8.6 and Initial D. We get some shots of a few of the other characters as well. Iki is recovering in the hospital, and Aoi is there with him. We never do find out why she gave Diablo to Iki in the first place, but I guess we find out that her love for him wasn't a lie. The other street racers, who actually survived, are all out doing what they do best, right until sunrise. Dreaming on the road. The legend never die. Racing Lagoon is good. Racing Lagoon's story goes completely off the rails at the end. Like, man, it's mind-boggling how many reversals there are, with characters who think they know what's going on and then try to tell you, but they turn out to be wrong. Like I said earlier, I don't know whether this script writing is the work of a madman or a genius. It gets so confusing toward the end, trying to keep track of what's actually happening versus what some of the characters only think is happening. But, I mean, a final act that goes totally bonkers. Squaresoft is certainly no stranger to that kind of storytelling. If anything, it kept me on my toes. And I feel like the disconnected, nightmarish, and dreamlike qualities to some of the scenes fit perfectly with what's going on in the plot. I don't know, I can't help but admire it, even though it's clearly a mess. It commits so fully, you're just kind of in awe the whole time. And I do like how all of the endgame elements, no matter how crazy, were weaved through the entire narrative. It's not like any of this comes out of nowhere when you look back on the whole thing. I definitely got a lot more than I bargained for when I sat down to play a racing RPG. Just a few years after Racing Lagoon's release, Squaresoft would merge with their main rival, Enix, to become Square Enix. Aside from the name change, it also felt like the end of an adventurous era for the company. Games were getting bigger, budgets ballooning. The role-playing genre that was once a niche style of game had become mainstream. Square Enix and many AAA developers became less focused on taking risks and more concerned with relying on formulas that they felt worked. In regards to Racing Lagoon, it's interesting too that just a few years after the game's release, the street racing subculture that it romanticized was about to experience a downfall. New gas emission and environmental regulations in the early 2000s turned Japanese manufacturers away from producing sports cars. Many of those famous models street racers loved, like the Sprinter, the RX-7, the Sylvia, were either discontinued or retooled to fit more modern tastes. Increased police awareness of street racing, rising fuel costs, and a continually stagnating economy, less disposable income all around, turned most young people away from the now almost prohibitively expensive allure of car tuning. Yes, you can still occasionally hear the roar of engines late at night on the Shutoko, the screeching of tires drifting through the mountainous roads of the countryside. There will always be a small few keeping the sport alive, but the stats on street racing in Japan are way down from their peaks in the 80s and 90s. Over at Square, the developers of Racing Lagoon didn't know it at the time, but they were capturing an ephemeral moment in the subculture, romanticizing it to larger-than-life proportions. Enjoyment of Racing Lagoon's gameplay is dependent on your own tolerance for racing games, and even then, I can see grappling with its weird physics being a tall order for some. The visual novel-style storytelling and top-heavy, bizarrely proportioned characters may also be off-putting, especially to those more accustomed with Square's blockbuster CG sequences and animation. But I feel like all of this just feeds into Racing Lagoon's style. The presentation and mood of this game are so uniquely its own. The dialogues and monologues are so heightened and injected with emotion. The sweeping shots of the city are calculated. The music selection, so precise. It does an amazing job at imbuing the game with this spirit of almost youthful ignorance. Everything that happens, every conversation and poetic aside, it all matters so much to these characters. Take a step back and it's silly and absurd. Who could ever care so much about a street race, or some legend about Yokohama's fastest driver? How preposterous. But isn't that what being a teenager or young adult, as in most of the cases here, is all about? When you're that age, yeah, everything does matter this much. Even if those around you, who are older, scoff at you for the things you care about or are concerned with. Or even if you yourself look back on those years and laugh at how small your perspective was and how inconsequential the concerns you had then seem to you now. At the time, it was intensely important. And that's the feeling that Racing Lagoon manages to capture. Just like the modern legends and folkloric demons that it conjures up throughout, the game has this mythic air to it, a heightened sense of reality, an optimistic veneer, and a deeply sad and wistful core. Racing Lagoon isn't the greatest of Square's catalog, but it's got a big heart, and sometimes that counts for more. And that is Racing Lagoon. Thank you, really, to anyone who is still watching at this point. I appreciate you very much. This was a monumental undertaking, a huge amount of work making this video, but I also enjoyed it immensely the whole way through, because I love this game, and I really wanted to make something that showed it was more than just that goofy Japanese-only racing RPG that Square did. So, if this video brought you any level of enjoyment, emotion, sleepiness, whatever, please give it a like, share it with a friend, leave a comment, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. There's more to come. I'm not going to be making these massive length videos all the time, but I've got a few other games and series that I feel are worth this amount of time to pick apart and discuss. So, yeah. If you really like what I do and want to give a little extra, there's a link to my Patreon. That's
why I just fall asleep.
Or you can click
my
the join
chair
button on
just,
the video
like,
page to become a
put
YouTube
on a
member.
fucking
Those who
2-hour video and just
Dungeon Dwellers, and they get to watch videos a few days before I make them public on YouTube. They get exclusive updates from me, and they occasionally get to vote in polls on what games I cover next. They're also going to get some bonus videos very soon as well.
I
so you
can't
can join
fight
them
back
and get all those benefits through either Patreon or YouTube memberships. If you support
I
with
accept
$5
them
or more each
for what
month,
they
you
are.
also get your name read out loud at the end of videos like these Dungeon Architects. Antichrist Alex, Benifer 94, Chaos Arcanum, Dan, Danny Kilpatrick, David Carr, Dirt.
I feel like, okay, so
Eugene,
the problem
Glenn
I
Hayden,
have...
Goats and Goblins, Half HP, High Food Court, Izzy Lexus, J Bud Airline.
The problem I have, and why I fall asleep in my chair, I feel like starts when I'm up late and I'm just like doing something and I just don't want to sleep. I'm just like, I don't want to fucking sleep. But then eventually I just get tired enough to where I pass out in my chair anyway. And then that leads to me not getting a good enough sleep. And then I'm tired the next day. So I have to fucking fight against that, like, fucking sleepiness, where it's just like, shit. And it just kind of fucking snowballs. Unless the chair takes over and wins. All not to say fuck sleep. Yeah, the chair is like the voice.
Let today's story be a cautionary tale. A company that absolutely screwed over their most hardcore fans to please the market has now been kind of dumped and punished by the market. Capcom, they will not be loyal to you. Okay, let's get into the story. No one's particularly happy about Monster Hunter Wilds right now. On Steam, the recent user reviews
Anyone
are
was happy at all,
positive.
ever.
Devs are clearly frustrated enough to move entire content updates forward by a month. And now, even the people Capcom wanted to please the most have turned on them. That's because the stock market, investors, and shareholders are no longer that happy. Because after releasing Monster Hunter Wilds with weaker optimization in PC, Capcom are reaping the rewards of their sales cratering by 95%. It's a pretty big number. 477,000.
Served, honestly.
That is the number that VGC spotted in Capcom's first quarterly investor report. Oh, it's a good number, because it's the number of copies of Monster Hunter Wilds that just sold. So just shy of 500,000. But you need to compare that to the slightly over 10 million from the first month. It is a 5% increase, and it's one that Capcom themselves say is, quote, soft. Which does seem kind of apt, and VGC notes something else here. Even the previous title, Monster Hunter Rise, sold 389,000 copies during the same period. Comparing the release dates, in no way should things look like that. Now, we've been talking about this since the launch, right? There were widespread complaints across all platforms, but especially in PC. And those complaints do actually filter through to potential buyers, especially because PC is heavily concentrated in Steam, and those user scores have been red for a long time. But before we dive into why these numbers crashed, we need to talk about how the people Capcom chose to pursue did not save them in the end. Before this game launched, we flagged something absolutely crucial. Capcom released Monster Hunter Wilds to plug an incredible gap in their balance sheet, and it's kind of amazing. What they basically did was a massive gamble that required humongous sales numbers, but not impossible sales numbers for a series as popular as Monster Hunter. It was a risky gamble, but it is one that initially paid off. And by paid off, I don't just mean the sales. The reward after the financial year was literally the highest stock price that Capcom has ever had. Now, just so that you understand this, they basically had been posting like 10% growth a year, right? And they'd be doing this for a decade. And essentially, to not break the streak, they needed to make a shitload of money really quickly. And that is basically why Monster Hunter on PC was simultaneous shipped, obviously to the great detriment of the game. So that was really good, happy stock market. But of course, the consequence of this was really bad long tail sales. And after Capcom reported those sales, their stock fell nearly 10%. Now, it still is among their highest figures ever, but it's a noticeable drop. Basically, the line did not go up. And what I like here is that a company has actually been appropriately punished. I mean, we can be very critical of the market and a lot of the short-termist incentives. This is an example, though, where the short-term thing they did has obviously been bad for shareholder value. Because you care about shareholder value, you probably want lots of copies of Monster Hunter to sell for a long time. But no, Capcom had to go and cock it all up. Now, they had spent the last 10 years playing it incredibly safe, posting consistent, constant growth, stable development platforms, stable tech, lots of really good releases, and developers actually being able to deliver in franchises both big and small. And they were rewarded with incredible sales growth and a nice solidly increasing stock price. And they absolutely did benefit from Monster Hunter Wild getting out the door with absolutely shit PC optimization, but it does seem that it was not in the long-term benefit. So let's get to the sales figures. Sales normally drop over launch, that's a guaranteed thing, but to drop this much, this fast, especially for this franchise, it is worth interrogating. And I'll start with what's the most obvious answer. It's that maybe Wilds simply hit its total addressable audience at launch. It has a $70 base price, kinda steep, and it only went on sale once, and only at 20% off. So that's a high bar for purchasers who are on the fence, so the total addressable audience at this current price maybe had been capped out. I mean, certainly it's a game you won't be taking a gamble on when better reviewed games exist. Rise and World are actually available on the very same platforms with far more content. So with no new incentive at that price and no societal pressure from public enjoyment, nothing really moves the needle on Capcom's sales figures yet. Though admittedly, Capcom will have Monster Hunter Stories 3 and Resident Evil Requiem coming. Now those will pad out their balance sheet to be a little bit more healthy this year. With those new releases, they won't be in a position of like needing just for their catalog sales to prop the business up. But what is notable is that right after this call, Capcom released the $75 7-disc soundtrack as DLC in Steam. Maybe that will raise some revenue. I kind of doubt it. But compared to the rest of the catalog, it is especially harsh. Devil May Cry 5 sold 1.78 million. Resi Village and 4 both outsold Wilds at 923,000 and 706,000 respectively, and even Street Fighter 6 sold 538,000 units, the latter almost certainly being thanks to the Switch 2 launch. For the Resident Evil increase, we can maybe think that's Requiem's reveal getting people hyped again, but then there's Devil May Cry's outsized impact, which is pretty much being put entirely on the new Netflix animated series being a hit and getting 5.3 million viewers. again, regardless of whether existing series fans enjoyed it, clearly a shitload of people saw Devil May Cry and ended up buying this game. And Monster Hunter already got its movie. The less we say about that, the better, I would say. Not least because the bigger story here is about library availability and accompanying price drops during sales, because those things are key to drawing in new audiences. But you also get new audiences need positive sentiment towards your games, because despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary, people aren't that stupid. Based on Capcom reporting that over 50% of their American sales were on PC, well, we know how important PC is to Capcom's Monster Hunter Wild sales. So, what do you do then when your review score is threatening to drop below 50% lifetime, and when your overwhelmingly negative reviews are sitting at a lovely 86% negative? Well, if you're Capcom looking at this, you're going to have to try some sort of unconventional plan, because technical fixes take time. And the good news is, we actually have got some confirmation of what those plans are. Game director Yuya Tokuda posted this message to players, and in it, he apologizes for the time that improvements are taking, but more importantly, he did confirm some major changes. So, they're moving features from late September to early August. They're hoping that will placate people. That means 9-star monsters for HR 100 plus players. It means new appraised talismans with random weapon skills, and it means balance changes being expanded from 5 weapons to 11 weapon types, and those are all upward adjustments. He also admitted something kind of critical. The Title Update 2's downward adjustments were way too far. Basically, they tried to balance the game better, but they just ended up making certain playstyles that people liked less viable. So now they're reversing course for a bunch of weapon types. But if you want a sign of just how hurriedly this planning is, well, the August 13th patch date kind of does confirm it. It's actually so early that Tokuda even apologized that support hunter adjustments wouldn't be ready in time. So they're clearly rushing content out to address player anger. I mean,
I wouldn't say there's much changes in Wild.
Even
it's
though
just
doing
like
so absolutely does risk the quality of your delivery. Now,
I mean, to me playing it, there's not really changes. It's just fucking
they've reduced anti-cheat processing load by 90%,
and
but real CPU load reduction won't
talismans.
actually come until the 4th title update this winter, which is months away. That's absolutely going to sting. And obviously, there's lots of risk here. If these systems
just charms and harder monsters
or introduce bugs, then Capcom will have rushed content for no huge benefit. But at least we're seeing some open communication here, and it might be paying sort of dividends. I mean, whenever we
I don't know.
started
I'm not
doing
getting
this
anything
video,
good
it was
out of my
16% recent reviews. Now it's 23%. So, yeah, you know, only up from here. But there's one thing Capcom really does want to go up, maybe even more. That's revenue. Now, how are you going to get more revenue when this is really a game that people should not be buying for quite some time? The answer,
no,
my friends,
unless
is very
you
simple.
really want super
It's
creep.
what every game does. Boobs. Okay,
Boobs?
no, abs, other bit, everything that people like, shown off by digital swimwear. Yeah, basically, they're pulling a Marvel Rivals. If you need your numbers to go up, then just sell people swimwear for their characters, because those always sell. Now, admittedly, this one is paired with 3 weeks of free in-game activities and rewards, which is pretty good. It was probably also planned well before any chaos began, but it will likely sell well regardless. And I guess it makes one thing pretty damn clear. If you are an aspiring game developer, simply
goals in the game
just
are,
make money by selling swimwear in your game. It works every time, apparently.
Sparking on
While this
Super
going
Creek
on,
is
people
good,
are kind of worried that they'll
but
just like forget about the game and move on to the next thing,
not
because
really
basically
needed.
it's FUBAR, there's no point. Well, we actually know Capcom are not giving up in this game. They're being very specific and very open that they know PC players are not happy. But of course, knowing and then being able to do something about it, those are two different things. And while the development team is trying to get the game running acceptably in PC, they also need to address the gameplay complaints, which span every game version. And then
I feel like it's going to take
all
them
of that
forever to
is
make the game
Capcom's
run
demands for the game
decently.
to make as much money as it can as a product. But the real question is how much work Capcom will need to do before then. How do they convince players that the expansion is coming for a base game that is changed, that is actually better? And in a world where a performance as bad as this one makes all of us look to the other skeletons in the closet,
no,
like
it's
some of the
not.
silly monetization they do, or as an example, Dragon's Dogma 2 being broken for way longer than it should
35
have.
is not
You
really
do just wonder,
done.
is the camel's back broken?
I mean,
Is
she's
that
not
why there are less
technically
sales?
done until
Well,
MLB, but that kind of goes
in
for
a good world, the camel's back maybe
most
should be
things.
broken. There probably should be real punishment over such a big letdown. But here's the thing. Call of Duty still sells. It sells massively, and I have a slight
I'd
little
say if you really
suspicion
want
with Andrew
Supercook to be
Wilson's
done,
Mad
probably
Lads will
3LB
probably not do
to
a
not worry
Wild
about
Hearts
pulling
2
for more.
to try and take this series out, because it's EA, and I think they're
But I mean,
basically
you'll
terrified of
finish her
everything.
eventually. So it's not like it's something you have to pull right now. Yeah, like it's literally, she gets better the more you have of her, no matter what. So like having her max LB is great. I mean, for the most part, we have like another like yeah, I mean, it's better to pull on the Uma no matter what. If you like the haunts, pull the haunts. Like that should be like prio one. Do you like them? Yes. Do you like them enough to like pull them? Then, you know, decide. But you have to realize that you could still be depriving yourself of funds to get like a meta card or something later on. But it's not like you need the cards unless you're like a tryhard about CM. Speaking of, is CM supposed to start today or tomorrow? Oh, tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, between now and Fuji Kiseki, I don't even know where she's coming out at. Fuji. September 29th. So Fuji Kiseki's in a month, which means you're going to have about 100 pulls if you zero out right now. If you have 0 carats, by the time Fuji Kiseki comes out, you'll have about 100 pulls. Which isn't enough to guarantee her, so you have to be aware of that. I don't think it's worth spending money for creek pulls, Doomber. She's not that important to fucking throw money at. You're gonna get more copies of Super Creek. You have about five carats. Oh, 5K. So you'll have about 20K. I mean, you can basically assume you're gonna get 15K per month. So every 2 months, you'll have a spark, which is 30K, right? So that's just the easy way to think of it. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't enable fucking gambling on gotchas anyways. Like, shit. Speaking of not enabling gambling, I never did my Star Rail dailies. douchey. September 6th. If only it was 5 days later. The amount of jokes I would have for you would be immense. I mean, if that's your prerogative, then by all means, don't let me stop you. Get it twisted, gamble. Is Naruto Brian? Oh, wait, is Naruto Brian out? No. Okay, yeah. You play horses in jail? Probably. I don't even remember what's the next patch. Isn't it Suri? Shit. I don't even remember. All I know is I'm just not pulling until March. And then I have to pull. Try to go to a foreign jail. Like, I forget what country, but there's a country that jail is basically just like free living expenses. Like, they just have TVs, laptops, and all that shit in their fucking cell, and they're just vibing, dude. And it's just like shit. It's free. Anywhere that isn't America. Mostly European countries. SR characters? Like the cards? Or wait, if you mean like 2-star haunces. Uh, yeah, dude, let you play gotchas in jail to get like 5 minutes of Wi-Fi time. You have to pay like $30,000 of jail money. Good luck. Put a premium on that shit. Man, I just want it to be half Annie already. I need something to spend my money on. I'm looking at these and it's like, Wait, Meisho Doto comes out on my birthday. What the fuck? Anna's never gonna let me live that one down. Oh yeah, let Big Terry have his way with you. He'll be like, don't worry, baby. I'll let you get your fucking Wi-Fi hours. Damn, I got 320k SP and nothing to spend it on. It's not even worth it. Reminds me. I have not checked. I don't know how they expect you to actually clear out the goal ship friend point stars. I just straight up can't. Unless I've like never spent my points ever, but that shit ain't happening. I got shit to buy, like follow slots and all that shit. I think it's only possible if you basically haven't spent any friend points. I did way too much fucking Uma today. I had to do all of these. Now at least I don't have to fucking care. I can go back to making CM2. Okay. I mean, that would be pretty goated. Getting that is going to be insanely, ridiculously hard, especially given the short period of time we have. Even with a godlike borrow. Speaking of, I mean, this like CM2 is the whale CM. I wouldn't worry too much about it personally. Man, this sucks so much, but it's also technically so good just because all the white sparks. Don't care. So it's like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then 7. So that is 12 white sparks. It's like the same thing, but less blues. Favorited. For the sad 1 power spark. This would actually be so nice. I would probably be using her if she got 3-star. Right. Seriously? I mean, honestly, I am more surprised that brown dust hasn't become straight up porn yet. I don't know how they managed to not make it that. Tail, ramp, corner, Kikukusho, Tenosho. Okay, this might actually be. This might actually be pretty good. Oh, you fucking slut. Fucking fool, man. Let me check their fucking Twitter. I'm gonna fucking at them on Twitter and be like, yo, remove a follower, thanks. Fuck. Stand long, blue closure triumphant, tail, hydrate, deep, Kikuka, it's kind of mid. Only antenna show spring. I'd love to have a Mihono bourbon grandparent, but it's like impossible to actually get one. Kikusha, Tenosho, Spring, or three stars Stam, 3-star Long, Ult, obviously. Tenosho Spring, Kikukusho, because they're for Kyoto Race Course and Spring Runner. Anything long, or anything that just gives stats, like Osaka High is good too, standard distance. I mean, he has triple race inherit, or straightaway adept. Can I even get? Fortunately, Beeline Burst is fucking shit. But keep forgetting that's what that is. Basically, 1, 2, 3, 4 I care about. And Maru and Taiki are useless. They do have Pace Chaser. I don't know, follow them and see. I have to be so selective with like the parents I actually use, 3 a day is aids. Oh, Green Spark, go fast, go first forever, whatever the fuck this shit's called. Kikusho, Tenasho. She does. Why do? Front run, medium. Corner recovery. This is pretty bad. Wit, stam. Holy shit. Front runner. There's ramp up. Corner cove. Firm conditions. Keep it show it's not on. Sky and also been wide too. All that we have in my head. Where is QED? no one has a Biwa known to man, which makes sense. Or a Daiwa. It's really just gonna be using the McQueen I've been using. 3 stam 6 power Biwa. I mean, the problem is having like proper spark, like white sparks for like you need to have like at least 3 long, ideally on Biwa, and then a lot of white sparks that are actually good for like what I'm looking for. Yeah, like I'm basically searching to go through like the most asinine process. Hydrate, stamina, rant. Nope. Hydrate, stamina, or it's not worth it just for an ult. Corner recovery. Tenosho. I know I've seen this one, but pretty bad. Kinan. Let's see. Let's make sure rep has 1 at least. Dead. Power long to leader front. Elizabeth Keenan. Alright, I need them to have fucking Tenosho on the rep. Actually, oh fuck it. I want them to have both Tenosho and Kikukasho. That'll be impossible to find. If I remove this, make it at least 1 long on rep. Tenno, Kika. I'm not remembering. That's So let's just see if this even exists. All right, what if 3-star long? I'm so mad that this dude is. I'm actually about to message them or fucking at them on Twitter. Like, yo, can you clear a slot for me? I actually want this fucking Agnes. Just give him a check real quick again. 2 stan. That's depressing. Two power, 3 long. This only has the races. Let's do 13 or more white sparks. So there's tail. Tail, ramp, corner recovery. DM them on Twitter. Let me swap to my main Twitter. DM them. Actually, I wonder if they're in a Discord. Has nobody posted their code? They're in this Discord that I'm in. Shit. Oh, fuck. No, they are posted in here. That would be why. So not worth it. That might be my best bet. It's such a pain in the ass to compare. Where's BB? Alright. 3 stem, 3 long. Tenno, Kika. And we have raw stat. This just has 7. 3, 4. 3, 4. 3 of the 7 are races. Then 1, 2. Actually, no, just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It doesn't have a good ult I can steal. Pretty sure Pure Heart is like super nerfed because it's an inherited ult. Yeah, 0.15. I think is so trash. It's just a normal white skill. I'm fucking... And go fucking give Tails a fucking bath. And then shower and then sleep in my chair. And I hate having to fucking bathe Tails. That little shit isn't even mine. I'm gonna blow my back out having to chase this little fucker around and grab him. Evil dog of wet. Exactly. Good day, sir. I said good day. Oh, where's that fucking otter? Every time I think of have a good day, this is what pops in my head. Good day, sir. I said good day. I have arrived. I'm arriving. Damn, that sounds good. I still have pizza from yesterday, so I know what I'm gonna eat when I get out of the shower. Um, Pepperoni pizza. Duh. Most muscle soothing warm shower. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not gonna take a warm shower because damn, is it ever fucking hot. I'm gonna go douse myself in like cold ice bucket water. Then I'm gonna eat and I'm just gonna pass the fuck out. It is currently 98 Fahrenheit, 37 Celsius, which is kind of low because tomorrow it's going to be 104 and the next day is going to be 104. Both of which, that means 40 C. So it's going to be 40 C for the next 2 days. I'm going to fucking kill myself. See, I'm not looking forward to, shit. It's not even just this week. Dude, the fucking 7-day forecast, it's gonna be high 90s from today until next fucking Wednesday. I'm literally going to fucking die. The lowest it's gonna get is 34 C. So yeah, I will be a literal melting. I'm gonna be dead. I'm gonna have to shower every 30 minutes because it's gonna be too fucking hot. That's so funny, XD. I mean, if it melts my spine, that would be very convenient. But yeah. Have a good day. Have a good day.